All right, we're live. Don't have any fancy intros for this. This is impromptu. Been thinking about it, and it's kind of perfect time. It lined up with Roger, given that
Mhm.
he's 5 hours ahead. Yeah, you're 5 hours ahead of me. You're in the future.
Yes. Yes, I
Um,
am.
what's it
Mhm.
like in the future?
Oh, it's very good. It's very good, and it's great to be Culture Casino's evil twin, who's 30 years younger but looks about the same age as him. Although
Oh,
his beard has gotten a lot bigger since the last I interacted with him. Mm.
it's funny you say that. I don't watch him much. I'm just too busy and have my
Mm.
own focus stuff, trying to, research whatever, comment on. And I've been way behind on Star Wars. Love
Mhm.
Star Wars. That's what got me on YouTube. And Star Wars Theory gotten a lot of heat. I saw in my sub feed this Rolling Stones thing. I was already
Mhm.
interested in watching this stream with the lady because she looked kind of hot from what I gather. I need to confirm that. We'll confirm that together here. But yeah, we're gonna go over that. Maybe
Mhm.
peruse the article and then look at Alien Romulus as a kind of closing thing. I love the Alien franchise. It's probably the first beast I fell in love with in film.
Mhm.
The xenomorph is a
Xenomorph, yes. Mm.
probably the perfect movie monster. It's
Mm.
amazing. Love the psychology behind it, the idea, the science that you can pull from it of like wasp breeding with host bodies and
Mhm.
everything, and using it as like a allegory for male rape and impregnation. It's it's things you don't think about the general public, just like, oh, monster movie, but like
Mm.
this is the layers you dig into of why it is effective despite being a B movie. The whole thing started as a B movie. And what do you like better? Do you like Alien or Aliens?
Oh, I'm not really a fan of horror, so I prefer the action adventure style of Aliens to Alien. But considering how much effort went into the original Alien, I'd say it's a better film. But Aliens just throws a lot more at the audience. But Romulus is a very interesting name for an alien show or an alien movie. Maybe they're partnering with Star Trek. I don't know.
Well, as soon as you said interesting name, made me think about what is Romulus from, and that's
Mm.
Rome. It's the founder brother of Rome in the mythology of Rome. So I wonder if there's any sort of aliens full, especially with really Scott. He's still a producer on this.
Mm.
And if you watch, you've seen Raised by Wolves at all?
No, no,
Oh,
unfortunately
fuck,
not.
dude, that's like the one thing I'm like, fuck David Zaslav, because they canceled that show. I don't know what the viewership was. Maybe it deserved it, but it was a real sci-fi show.
Mm.
And it was a mystery box show. Think of J.J. Abrams, but actually sensical, like completion of thought. But every mystery box gets answered to at least some degree, and then you get 10 more questions with those answers. It's some of it was like, I don't know where this is going, but I'm definitely open to see. But it was
So many great shows,
yeah, they
especially in
canceled
this
after two seasons.
streaming. Yeah, especially in this streaming era. I mean, we still haven't gotten Squid Game season 2, folks. And when was that
A couple
first
years ago.
talked about? Mm.
Yeah, well, hey, you know what? It's like Attack on Titan. I am willing to wait as long as you need to make quality art and not just throw something at the wall for shock value or something. As long as they don't
Mm.
turn it into like Saw. Like I love the Saw series, but the way people think about Saw is just being traps. They don't see like the fun psychology behind Jigsaw. Um, but yeah, tell us about yourself before we get into the Star Wars series thing. People don't know you.
Well, hello everyone. I hope you're all doing well. That was me imitating a chainsaw earlier, which kind of freaked Black Angus out a little. But I am the host and founder of Reality Based. That would be my creator name. Of course, I am Ryan Rogerathe. I talk about a wide variety of topics and people that I am interested in. 2024 has been a great year so far in terms of viewership and watch time, but good old channel suppression is keeping us from gaining new subscribers, which is a damn shame. But I aim to keep on going, and fingers crossed, I'll keep on growing, and hopefully my hairline survives another year. So that's me.
Nice. Adding your channel link in the description to be able to sub to you.
You see, I was stupid, folks. I used my own name first, then came up with a creator name. You should probably come up with a creator name before you start your creator journey.
And for people watching or on the rewatch, finally got memberships on the channel fully monetized. So if you would consider becoming a member, I only have a 99-cent tier. It's just kind of like, hey, I want to support you. It's literally $1 a month. Any money I make here on my campaign, you can find other videos. I'll link later. Just help me make Meth Gator and or buy comics or whatever media for review purposes and equipment if needed. Like I got a new mic, so
support Black Angus Plus, and if we ever have one, folks, reality-based television. That's what I'd call my streaming service. RBTV, like in Rocky and Bullwinkle, the movie. But it would be reality-based television, also known as reality-based plus. All of this live streaming content available for just under £1 per month. The cheapest streaming service on planet Earth. Only it's for replays only. So,
yeah. Let me say out of the chat, we got Tim Daniels in here. I saw him earlier say he's going to dip out, but he'll catch back up on us. We got I never know how to say your name, but Ravohe. Oh, I'm saying that right. Ravohe Krahovic. I'm assuming you're like
funny
a Slavic,
name.
East European. That's my guess. That's cool. My anime style Meth Gator posters are actually from, I think, Slovenia or Slovakia or Lithuania. So I've dealt with your kind before. If you are Eastern European,
literally three completely different parts of Eastern Europe.
Well, again, I'm American, so I'm just like that chunk. That chunk is like Texas. It's like it's one spot as far as we're concerned. Said Romulus and Remus. Katie, I had to address this. She says, Attack on Titan season 2 sucked after season 2. You're freaking wrong. Me and Rookie binged it in like 2 weeks. I already have seen the first couple seasons multiple times, and so I was mostly rewatching the whole thing with him and picking up on stuff I might have missed. And you're so wrong. You need to go back and watch Attack on Titan if you haven't finished it. The only thing I hate is the immediate end and Mikasa. I plan to soon do an essay about Mikasa. She is a Mary Sue character, but the show is so good it overshadows her because she's not the focus, but she becomes so pivotal at the end that it's like that's really the underwhelming part. Most people cry about the rationale of the final plan of Aaron and whatnot, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome. I totally agree. I love it. The show is complex. It goes from a monster show to a like geopolitical, sociopolitical show of like theory and philosophy of how do you deal with war? Look at all the like sides. There is no right or wrongs. Everyone at the end of the day is arguably a murderer.
I just look for the nearest big red button and just press it. Yay, a draw. We all draw. Now we can start again. But
yeah, and the monkey guy is pivotal in the show, the Beast Titan. And she became a member. So thank you. You'll be someone to give me pointers. Whoever becomes a member has preference, and give me pointers what you want. If you want higher tiers with more personalization and incentive, I don't know what to do for memberships. What will incentivize you? So it's a lot of feedback's going to go into crafting that. It's going to be a channel audience based crafting of memberships. What do you want when you're supporting me? So thank you for being the first member, Katie.
Lovely lady. Recently discovered this lovely lady, and hopefully her creator journey continues as it has started. A rising star, if ever there was one. I'm also known for that as well.
Yeah, you got to get her on. She's interesting. She's fun, and she has 2 channels. She has the channel she's doing the Katie did stuff with Ripaverse, but she has an anime channel too. But she's covering anime. I know nothing of anime besides Attack on Titan. A little bit,
and she's female, which is very good. You'd be amazed, folks. There's such a gap in the market for female creators. Yes, it had to be one of those former Yugoslav countries. Hopefully, you're young enough not to remember that tragic period in Balkan history.
Oh, so what? He's close to like Bulgaria and
Well,
Greece.
Croatia. Sorry to go off topic, folks, but Croatia was once part of the former Yugoslavia that ripped itself to shreds in the early to mid 1990s, and lots and lots of people were killed and maimed. Yeah.
Well, I mean, who needed those people anyway?
That's because none of them were brown, black Angus.
Well, no, there's the humor I was going for. I have to
Mhm.
explain what. You ever seen the show Third Rock from the Sun with John Lithgow?
No.
It's a show you should definitely get into. I grew up with it as a child. It was out and it ended like I want to say like 99 or 2000. John Lithgow, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, the chick that plays Ivana Humpalot from Austin Powers, and French Stewart. That's the main cast, and then Jane Albright is like the fifth wheel, and Newman from Seinfeld's in it too. He's a cop, and it's a comedy about aliens that come to Earth to research our planet, and they realize how complex the host, dominant creature humans are. So they end up, living here for like 6 years till they get recalled eventually. But Dick is the leader, and then Sally is the security officer. Joseph Gordon-Levitt is the I think historian, and then French Stewart is the transmitter. He's like the radio, and he's the idiot character. They're all idiots because they're aliens, and so the show is fresh every time because they take the most mundane aspects that we take for granted and put it in view of like, well, what if an alien first discovered this feature of society or humankind? And so they're always oddballs. And
6 aliens trying to work a microwave, and it literally just kills half of them.
No, not that necessarily. Like they got one plot where, well, anyway, let me get to the joke. At some point he gets into smoking, and then his secretary, who's black, and that is a factor sometimes in the show where it's like racial differences that he's just like, what are they talking? They're all human. What's the problem? Like he doesn't understand race really because it's just humanity to him. So that adds for fun because he's a white guy. But at one point he starts smoking, and she's like, oh, could you not smoke around me? I quit recently. I don't want to hankering again. And then she's like, haven't you read the warning label and stuff, trying to like get him to quit? And it's like, let's take like 10 years off your life. He's like, yeah, but those are the bad years anyway. So who wants
my
You're 31 next month. Very much of the war.
Oh, that's good.
He said, American, huh? I'm shocked.
I am British. So there you go.
Yeah, it's more pertinent for you to know about general Euro stuff, especially the EU and whatnot. That are y'all still part of that?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, good for you. Good for you.
Thank you.
All right, let's start digging into this stream of Stars Theory, and what I'm thinking will confirm hot lady.
It just goes to show, folks, a prominent creator goes up against an establishment-backed mainstream media outlet. So, yeah, hopefully the up-and-coming, or very prominent in this case, content creator in Star Wars theory prevails. No matter what you think about him, the mainstream media and the establishment are literal cancer. So, there we go.
Yeah. Let me start adding some tags to this while we play.
No, that's fine. Great title.
With theory and more.
Great title.
The situation.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another Monday. The situation is that we love to make women uncomfortable.
Woo!
I need one of those, like Gary has one of those clappings. I need one of those.
Yeah, you gotta get that.
All right, hold on. Let me make sure it's the right one that has the lady really quick.
Well, it's good to see that that Star Wars theory, from my perspective, is interacting with some fellow content creators who love to criticize the pop culture establishment, no matter what you think of them, ladies and gentlemen. Some people think of them positively, others negatively. But as I always like to say, it takes all sorts to be a content creator. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me see if it's got a link towards this. I just want to make sure this is the right one.
Mm-hmm. Well, just to let you guys and gals know, Mauler is Welsh, and I am also Welsh, so we have something in common.
Hey, welcome to Theory Talks. My name is Nia.
Oh, this is new.
This is it. This is it. This is what I was going for.
I haven't seen this version
Hey,
of his
welcome.
channel before. I better check it out.
Yeah, I guess this is like a throwaway channel after his main one. I don't know.
Could be a backup just in case his prominent channel gets purged. You never know. I mean, he may have the support of millions of people, Angus, but many creators, doesn't matter what topic they cover, if they criticize the establishment, if they criticize the mainstream media, if they cause too much of a problem, they will get done in. The highest form of channel suppression is deplatforming. So take it away, Angus.
All right, here we go.
Welcome to Theory Talks. My name is Nia, and today we are going to be having the privilege of speaking with relationship expert and psychologist Sadia Khan. We go into a myriad of different topics, whether it be relationships today and the turnover rate, how social media has affected relationships, OnlyFans, sex work, why men aren't so loyal to women today and vice versa, how to get over relationship breakups or bad breakups, how to spot red flags, yellow flags, and the differences to know in the beginning. There's so much we go into in depth on this. I think you'll really learn something new. I definitely did. And if you wish to find the clips from this podcast, you can check out all of the links in the description below on Sadia's social media, which is Sadia Psychology on TikTok, as well as sadiapsychology.com, as well as my social media, which is Theory Talks YT on Instagram and TikTok, and of course here on the channel. Without further ado, I present to you the magnificent Sadia Khan. Sadia, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you? Thank you for having me.
Told you she's sexy. Look at that.
Of course, she is a attractive brown woman, and hopefully she and Star Wars Theory have a great talk about all these interesting topics, especially in regards to topics of the day. You know how things are, Angus. So hopefully it all goes well.
Yeah. Oh, before I forget, what's your favorite Star Wars movie?
Oh, Revenge of the Sith would have to be that.
Okay.
I think it's a perfect blend of, the darkness rising and of the peak of Star Wars from a special effects point of view. Because if you compare, say, the Battle of Endor with the Battle of Coruscant, and sadly, with the Battle of Exegol, I mean, the Battle of Coruscant has to be the best of the three, despite the fact that Endor was done almost entirely through practical effects. So I think the Return of the Jedi was a fine film, but the first third of it, in my view, was just filler in regards to the whole Jabba thing, because they needed to tie that up. They needed to get Han back. I really do like the middle and the end of that film. So,
No,
but
I
for
like
me,
the
it's Revenge of the Sith because I like it from beginning to end.
You're on the middle is the trash part, the stupid Ewoks. I think Ewoks are the worst thing in Star Wars. They're worse than Porgs, worse than Jar Jar. Jar Jar's totally fine, actually, plot-wise. Despite him being kind of like a trial and error CG accomplishment. He's also like there for the kids, of course. It's a ploy of Lucas to make it more all age friendly, whatever, but he's like pertinent to the plot for Naboo. And as much as Last Jedi said, I think Ewoks is like the worst thing in Star Wars. I hate them.
Well, apparently Katie has brought something up in regards to a link. I don't know what that's in relation to, Angus, because I usually don't. No. Katie.
No. I'm going through. I don't think so, Katie. I don't think he's in the Red Pill community. I think he's going to be addressing the polarity of social media and like swipe culture and OnlyFans, and then the kind of what has become male feminism with red pill, where it's like it really
it's driving everyone insane. This culture
I'm
is
someone that
literally
watches
driving
Rollo
everyone
Tomasi. I think he's got a lot of good points, but I've seen like the grift of it too. And there's like Whatever podcast is kind of the epitome of what I think is like what has become just like Phantom Menace, Friday Night Tights, the grifter economics of red pill. Whatever really it sells itself as like we hate OnlyFans and the porn culture, this and that. And they do like have guests like I want to say Sovereign Bruh is that one guy. It's like shave face that's always like dropping like truth bombs about relationships and God and whatever. But that whole channel relies on the porn industry that it bemoans to sell itself. So it's part of the problem.
That's what happens when you highlight the problem so much, ladies and gentlemen. You need that problem to persist in order to keep on going and keep on growing.
Marvel
especially
being
if you
good. All that. If Star Wars is good, Friday Night Tights has no audience that's interested because everyone's like happy.
That's why you should. That's why, as a content creator, ideally, you shouldn't be financially based. You should be reality based. But we still live in a financially based world, whether we like it or not. But that might not be the case much longer, folks, because those pesky algorithms and machines taking our jobs, and they'll rob people of their financially based world, and when enough people lose that, change happens. So there we go.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I gotta fix your link really quick.
Okay, that's fine. We all have bloopers and technical issues, folks. I
want to get it right before I continue.
Well, the vast majority of fellow creators, and I'm sure Angus is well aware of this, we're not professionals. We're just ordinary people speaking our mind, and some of us gain the support of hundreds. The two of us gain the support of the low thousands. And there are a few out there who have gained the support of hundreds of thousands, or in Star Wars Theory's case, the support of millions, which is quite the accomplishment. So there we go.
No, I disagree, Keeley. He says Ewoks have nothing on Luke drinking the green titty milk. Disagree. You could have ordered the OG Children VHS via Lucas Arts magazine, The Adventure for $64.95. I think I recently had it, but it's like this is a waste of space. I'm totally content with my Blu-ray edition pre-Disney.
I bought the DVDs, the Star Wars trilogy and Star Wars prequel trilogy DVDs.
I'm a Blu-ray purist. I try to have only Blu-rays or HD, for the future, but the 4K. But I have the original prequel trilogy on the 2-disc set because I'm assuming some of the special features are different from the more probably even though it's more expansive, it's probably more sanitized in certain spots with the Blu-ray set. So normally I don't like to have multiple versions of shit, but that's one where it's like I will keep my prequel DVDs. And that's something I totally didn't realize until I started watching episode 1. It's like, oh, they CGI'd Puppet Yoda from episode 1, which I like because it makes it more consistent for the trilogy. But I do kind of miss seeing Puppet Yoda in episode 1. But anyway,
you had to change it because
maybe one day eventually I'll be.
They had to change it obviously because you couldn't have a puppet fighting Count Dooku.
Well, no, not just that, but I mean, just visually, there's a consistency through all 3 films that they've, digitized them now. Here we go.
In Dubai, and we can do another one over there. Where
we'll do it in person. Yeah.
So I really want to jump right into everything here and get started. What are your thoughts on the prevalent thing that you notice in failed relationships today?
I would say the number one cause or the number one denominator in most failed relationships is they are using another person to meet what their unmet needs were in their childhood. And what I mean by this is when relationships break down, it's usually because maybe somebody grew up without financial stability. So they use a partner who has financial stability, take, and they're not there for valid reasons.
I always see these bloody adverts and I think they're fucking scams. Those games.
Yeah, biggest problem, Vito and Dick, they've brought this up, I think, in their voting before of these games that sell you these ads of like, hey, do this, and it's like, I remember years ago grabbing one of these games like that looks fun, like the Minotaur and shit and the puzzles, but then it's like, oh, you gotta do all this other crap to then get to those like cut games once in a while. So yeah, I learned pretty quick to avoid those. But it's funny seeing how people have like used them for memeing and whatnot. Some of the cuts, especially these relationship scenarios.
It's just strange how YouTube makes tens of billions of dollars a year, a financial year, and a good portion of that is advertising basically fake scam games, like adverts for fake scam games like that, which just goes to show, in some sense, we're still in a wild west. But please continue.
Okay. Sorry.
Lonely or didn't have access to very many beautiful women will be with a beautiful woman and just want to be with her because she's beautiful, not if she's compatible or not. So when relationships usually break down is when they haven't really realized what has been the driving force for selecting that partner. Maybe it's a need that is kind of broken from their childhood and they're using a person to kind of heal themselves when that's not really what we need. What we need to do is kind of reflect on that ourselves and make sure we're not picking a partner based on our ego and our broken needs and actually basing it on character and connection.
With breakups, what would be the best thing to do? You know, you have one person that may be going on Tinder or using bodies to kind of cope, whereas the other person might focus on themselves and, you know, bunker down and focus on work or whatever it might be. What is the best way to go around that?
I think the best way to heal from a breakup is take complete and utter accountability. Where people go wrong is they start Googling how their ex was a narcissist or how they were such a victim, and then they over-identify as a victim. And when you over-identify...
What do you think of that?
I think you did this as well. We just thought of someone as like, yep. When's the revenge arc gonna happen? Oh no.
Well, it's just like I've dealt with this, and it's like you know, I'm trying to be rational male. Ironically, I'm saying that phrase with this going to cover Red Pill and probably Rolo in some capacity. Being irrational male, thinking logically and stuff. And then you get thrown the narcissist. It's like, what? And then you look into it on TikTok and whatnot, and it's, oh wow, this is a trope of women, especially, where it's like, oh well, this failed because you are a narcissist. Like, what? Just the programming that is accepted nowadays is crazy.
Because of all the information and technology and communication at our disposal, folks, it's very easy to put 2 and 2 together and get 22 instead of 4. Because you've got all these different perspectives, all these different ways of thinking, and you've got one popular creator saying this thing and a few others who are less popular saying another, and it just creates a quagmire. That's the price we pay, Angus, for living in a democracy where thinking whoever has the most support is right. And in this crazy world, more and more people are going to have that mindset. So, yeah. It's going to be a fun thing to watch.
Hey, Tim, I'll throw you the link later if you want to come in. So I think I tweeted saying like this could be an open panel to some degree. I think it's totally up your alley. And I'm catching on with Star Wars. You're a big Star Wars guy. You're Kylo Tim, you know? We got War Habit. Says my ex was a borderline narcissist. Didn't have to Google it to find out. She told me. Then we got Sulkuriat and on. Hope I'm saying that right. While at the same time gladly empowering their narcissistic traits. Well, yeah, again, women are never wrong.
I mean, the madness of the modern world, folks, it's spreading everywhere. So it's infecting millions upon millions of people's lives and channeling out their evil into the world, because we all have the capacity to be bad people, and going batshit crazy as a result of being terminally online can cause evil manifestations to unleash themselves, especially in America, because you guys are fucking crazy.
Yeah. No, I agree.
As a victim, you can't.
Damn it!
There is a
God, damn it! Oh, it's serious.
We should probably do it like a segment, Angus. In all seriousness, when an ad comes up, we should say, "Is it a scam or not?" So the first one was. The second one, I don't think was. If it was, it looked very sophisticated. So there we go. Make a game out of it.
Select
Yeah.
better in the future. You'll still see yourself as somebody who was just used and abused, and you label yourself as that, and then therefore you can't actually heal. The better thing to do is think, this was entirely my fault, even if it wasn't. Yeah, sometimes we have terrible partners. Even if it wasn't, we change it to, it was entirely my fault because I probably accepted unacceptable behavior, or I probably ignored some red flags, or I probably knew I couldn't handle this part of that personality, and I still went forward. So you make it entirely your fault. And then you think, okay, how do I prevent this from happening in the future? Well, I'm going to prevent it by making sure I do X, Y, and Z. And then that way you'll be a little bit more confident going into dating again in the future. Where people go wrong is they don't reflect on that. They focus entirely on their ex-partner, and then they use other people, or they use drugs or alcohol or something as a coping mechanism. And then they still feel like they've lost control of their life. They still feel like a victim, and they still feel broken. So I think the best thing to do is take complete ownership. It's okay to get it wrong sometimes, but how do we learn from this, and how do we improve?
I think one of the best things that I've ever learned.
Do you have anything to say on her bit?
Well, I personally think the best thing to do in a situation like a breakup is, first of all, what's done is done. Move the fuck on. Keep on going and keep on growing, both as a creator and as a person. And if you don't want your heart to be broken a second time, then just focus on your own wants and needs. And if you're able to, I know this is very difficult, especially for vibrant American men, don't fuck around and don't find out.
Yeah. Really quick, here's a link for y'all. Go check out Katie Did, especially if you're interested in the recent EVS Rippa drama. She's coming up in the ranks. I think she's gained like 50 subs recently.
Two tigers in the jungle. My goodness. Comics are cutthroat. There's one reason we don't do reality-based comics anymore is it's far too cutthroat to be reality-based. We ended on a high talking about the Rippaverse with Sheepsidian, trying our best to be positive. And so long as it's financially successful, Angus, in a financially based world, I'll call it a success. The moment it's a financial failure, the detractors have their point. That's my view.
Detractor's a symbol.
Is she related to Tony? You're talking about this woman's
Tony
Sadia
Khan.
or are you talking about Katie?
At the end of the day, Monkey Jeebus, they're all related because they're all Muslim.
Wait, who? Saudi Khan?
No, they're all related. Khans, Tony Khan, Sadiq Khan, Sadia Khan, because they're all Muslims.
Huh. I don't know enough to.
That was supposed to be a funny joke because.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. Is like I don't know enough to respond properly. I'm sorry.
Damn.
On deaf ears.
Learn from you. And disclaimer to everyone watching: I've had sessions from Sadia. She does offer sessions one-on-one the last couple months. And I think one of the main things I've noticed or learned from you is that quite often in breakups you say, "Oh, they were this and that," but really at the end of the day, you have to kind of take the blame on yourself for ignoring the red flags. And I think that's something that you've really kind of put to light, because it's much more helpful in that sense to kind of look inwards and be like, well, you know what? There's things that maybe I could change going forward so you don't make the same mistakes. So
and did you find that process difficult? Sorry to interrupt you, but
sorry, what?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, maybe I heard a pickup or something.
Was that difficult to kind of? No, you prefer that?
I think I prefer that. Yeah, it actually. Okay. Yeah, I find a lot of solace in that, because it's like, yeah, you know what, instead of kind of playing the victim or whatever it might be, that, you know, this person did that, that person did this, it's almost easier to kind of just look at it and say, well, I'm going to take the L, like you said, and just see it for what it is, and that I ignored red flags from the start.
Yeah.
And so my question to you is, there's obviously different flags. There's
a third one. Is this one real? Probably. So that's 2-1.
This is just for some performer.
Orange ones, yellow ones, whatever. How do you kind of navigate through that when you're starting to date someone where you see red flags that could potentially become, you know, relationship ending versus the ones that aren't that much of a big deal?
Okay. The main thing is everybody has flaws. That's not a problem. You just need to distinguish between red flags and deal breakers. A red flag might be she's a bit late sometimes. Like whenever you pick her up, she takes long to get ready. She's late. At the end of
it's called a woman.
Here's an idea. Here's an idea. Reject modernity, embrace tradition. Because somewhere along the line, folks, we have really fucked up as a Western civilization. And instead of trying to make a buck in a financially based world, let's return to first principles, go back to our roots, and grow another fucking tree. Because the tree we're in, Angus, it is rotting to its core.
Yeah. Wait, someone said use Brave. Ad-free YouTube experience. And do you have to pay for Brave, or is this like a free workaround to avoid
I have
ads?
no idea.
I'll look into that for the future because, you know, we like to react to stuff. So
today, I wouldn't call that a huge deal breaker because most women have a struggle with that. Or a red flag in a man might be that he might, you know, forget to pick up after himself. Yeah, it's annoying, but it's probably not a deal breaker because it's quite common and it's copable. How you know what to stay away from is when something is a deal breaker, and only you know what your deal breakers are. For some people, a deal breaker is a partner that doesn't make them feel safe. It's about how they make them feel. They don't say nice things. They don't give them enough affection. They don't give them enough sexual contact. For them, that's a deal breaker. If you know this person has that habit, going forward, that deal breaker is still going to come up. So there's no point going forward because the relationship is going to end at some point anyway. Another person, the deal breaker might be infidelity. If they see any infidelity in the future, they're going to end the relationship. But people who are unfaithful usually show you signs that they have that capability. They usually done it in the past, or they usually are a bit, you know, they show you that they're still talking to an ex or previous people in the beginning stages of a relationship. So they give you the signals. So you just have to decide that, do they have your deal breakers or not? You should only have 2 or 3 deal breakers. Do they have their deal breakers? And if they have one of your deal breakers, you can still be with them. I'm not saying you don't have to be with them, but you have to manage your expectations. Don't expect that deal breaker to disappear. It
sounds like a less Jedi kind of deal. I need to lower my expectations in going in. Isn't that exciting prospect for relationship?
Or you could just focus on yourself and the betterment of yourself, and then once you have a solid foundation, you're thriving in a financially based world, that will maximize, as a man, that would maximize your appeal to a female, even in Angus's case, tranny demon. And people will be more inclined to be around you and to pursue relationships with you, especially when you have a lot of money in a financially based world. Yeah. As a man, not as a woman.
Yeah. When you let me find who said that. Wrong tab. Monkey Jeeves says penis is a deal breaker. Well, don't speak for me, buddy.
That's why I pointed up and went, no, because that is not true, Monkey Jeebus. Whether we like it or not, Black Angus does not have a problem with a female with a manual gearbox.
That's right. I like to call it a front tail.
Hey,
if she's hot, it's no problem.
You know, when Angus said that on Reality Based, because we have such an extreme audience on Reality Based, and I love that. They were accused him of being a repressed homosexual, and I couldn't stop laughing.
There's no repression here, buddy.
Oh, but please continue, Angus.
Let me copy this into this browser.
Fingers crossed, nothing bad happens to Black Angus's systems. But it's good to see Ladonis Dragonstorm. I hope you're doing well, my good man. You know, sometimes Angus, I can't tell if the author Stephen Walton and Ladonis Dragonstorm are the same person, because sometimes, you know, when a creator has multiple channels, I think of those creators as multiple people. I don't think them as the same person. So that's just me, though, because I'm crazy and insane, and I try to get on with everyone. But it's good to see this fine gentleman.
Yeah. Walton, we gotta lean back up, stream and whatnot. EVS should be reviewing this Friday Alpha Core. So we're gonna do a reaction to that Saturday. If you want to come on, have some fun, join the detractor ranks with me.
Take on a tiger. Well, remember how that happened last time? You know, you don't want to get mauled by a tiger. That's why
he could win the favor. I didn't even think about his beef with EVS. He could.
I could
favor.
This is what I do. This is what I do, Angus. I keep my eyes on the tigers from a distance so that I don't get mauled by either of them.
Yeah.
Just do that.
All right, let me share this version of the stream. And wait, no, that's not it.
Rolling Stone.
Well, look, we might look at that because I think this all goes back to the stream. But crap. Present your screen.
I personally, folks, I don't pursue relationships because I have better things to do with my time, like hang myself from the nearest lamppost or burn my feet off, or what else? What else is more valuable than pursuing a relationship? Oh, yes. Throwing boiling water in my face. Things like that. To name but a few.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I'll have to play around with the Brave in the future. Unfortunately, it's not showing up for the actual app is not showing up as a window to share. So I'll figure this out later. Sorry, he says, love you, Rose. I just might. Ooh, interesting. In game, right? What do you mean? Let me know, Buxom. Wait, why was that funny, Roger?
It was funny because it was random, Black Angus.
Oh, wait, you talking about the training demons, or?
Well, that too, but it was funny because it was random. The comment was random and it distracted you.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Got it back up. And the ads passed.
In the beginning stages of a relationship. So they give you the signals. So you just have to decide that, do they have your deal breakers or not? You should only have 2 or 3 deal breakers. Do they have their deal breakers? And if they have one of your deal breakers, you can still be with them. I'm not saying you don't have to be with them, but you have to manage your expectations. Don't expect that deal breaker to disappear. It's going to come up forever, potentially. You just have to ask yourself, can I accept this deal breaker forever? And if you can't, let them go early on, rather than being mad at them for being the exact person they showed you that they were in the beginning.
And that kind of ties into people trying to change people when they meet them.
Yeah.
Or even playing the hero.
Yeah. Do you know what your deal breakers are? Like, do you have a set of deal breakers? I know we spoke a little bit about this.
Yeah. I mean, I would say lying probably is a huge one.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think accountability is probably the most important thing that we've discussed for sure. And self-accountability, not just on my own, but, you know, the person that you're with.
I think that's a good one to pay attention to.
Well, I just think that that's kind of the way to sort of heal. When there's an issue in a relationship, I feel like if you can take accountability, then you can kind of heal yourself, or you can heal the relationship. But if it's always pointing the finger, which takes us back to what you said about noticing the red flags and kind of taking the blame for yourself on choosing those people, I think, you know, you could probably have a pretty successful relationship, even if the values are completely off whack, because you're able to communicate and kind of take accountability.
Can I just say something? How nice this is to watch not watching a hairy bearded man with hairy shoulder hair taking a break. We're looking at
Hey, I'm a
beautiful
hairy.
Arab.
I'm a hairy bearded man with hairy shoulders and a very hairy back. The only difference is I'm not black. But yeah, that's
It's
the
just,
only difference. But yeah, but my deal breakers would be penis, intelligence, and independence.
yeah, I need an intelligent penis on a woman. I agree.
What? My goodness, Angus, we have to put you in some kind of conversion camp. I know they're illegal now, but fuck it, literally.
Being in a relationship is way too important to most people.
Yeah, that's very
I think it should be.
surprising to me. You'd think people would spend their lives trying their best to become prominent in a financially based world, which means accumulating financial resources, and then from then being able to pursue a relationship, especially if you're a man. I don't really analyze it from the perspective of a woman, first of all, because I'm not a woman, and second of all, because the vast majority of content creators are not female, and third of all, the vast majority of viewers are not female. So you don't really want to tailor recommendations to people when they're the minority.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really have set red flags. Like, well, that's a no. I don't know.
Mhm.
Like, you know, it's easy to be like, well, they got to be like conservative or whatever. It's like my view is all women are communists. So I just assume, just like Hollywood, that every woman's going to have, they're going to show their hand at some point. There's going to come that moment where it's like, how dare you be against a woman's right to choose? You know, it's women. If you're leading the relationship, they fall into your frame. But politically, they're always going to think these communist thoughts as part of their biology. They're communal, you know, they're social, so they're easy prey for social commentary and, you know, feel good politics. So putting any stock in women's political views is, I think, silly. So that's definitely not a train of thought, I think, about pursuing
and they bleed everywhere. No wonder communism is spread all around the world, folks. They just bleed everywhere. Bleed communism in every direction.
But what you're saying about what was it? There's something you just said about
accumulating resources.
Yeah. It's like, I don't really think that matters. I mean, it's definitely a better situation to be financially stable, but you know, it's like there's a reason we have these stories of you know, there's psychology and finance to back this up. At least in the demographic of like using marriage pricing, like wedding pricing, as an indicator of success or like a starting point to measure. The cheaper a wedding, the more likely that relationship will last, because there's like at the end of it, there's like an honesty outside of like, I made my parents go in debt to pay for my wedding if you're the woman, or taking on thousands upon thousands of dollars of debt for a stupid ceremony shindig that puts you in a hole to start. So it already puts you behind, makes you at some point it's going to like, I had to buy this fucking giant cake and catering and this and that because of you know, versus like working in your hard cash budget that however cheap and what it's like. You can do another marriage ceremony in the future, especially if you're religious. You know, you can do like what I think it's called, like reconstitution of vows, something along those lines. You know, you redo your vows.
Well, I personally don't like the fact that we live in a financially based world, despite the fact that it has produced a lot of benefits for the people of the Western world, especially. But while we live in a financially based world, the accumulation of financial resources for me is the key. And that's why I'm so poor, because I'm so bad at it. That's why I'm called reality based, not financially based. But yeah, that's my.
You look at like foreign countries. Like I was deployed in Afghanistan, and you know, shithole country, especially like the region I was in Kandahar. It's like from my experience, probably one of the poorest areas, because it's like mostly desertous, like rocky desert. So it's hard to grow anything out there at that spot for sure. There's a lot of range to Afghanistan's terrain, just so people know. Lone Survivor is a great example of some of the like non-deserty kind of terrain you'll get. Very mountainous in regions. But as poor as those people are, and the actual calamity they faced for centuries immemorial, given it's a stomping ground of empires, the indigenous people living day to day there, despite their hardships, they seem more happy because they are kind of reality based.
Yes, and now they're living under an administration that, for the most part, supports their value structures. So I can honestly see great things coming out of Afghanistan as long as a great empire doesn't invade them again. You never know, Angus. China's right on their border.
Well,
might be their turn.
I don't think so. I think it's too much heat on them to maintain their own border to worry about something like that. They were trying to get Taiwan, so I don't focus on that. But yeah, it's funny you added that. It's like the social, there's a
social cultural
homogeneity, I guess is the word.
They're homogenous. They're a solid group of people who more or less believe in the same kind of Islam, which is good for them. And no wonder the occupations fell, because they were occupations. They weren't colonization efforts. They tried to occupy and put a puppet in and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I really envy the Afghan people for, like, as harsh as their lives are, the general bottom part of the pyramid. They seem more or less content, and they have a purpose. They're have something hard set in front of them every day to focus on and achieve livelihood, and they have a social reinforcement for the family.
Well, they have a principle. They have a principle that we lack in the West, and that's what happens when you live in a land that holds to its core a financially based world. It loses all principle because everything's up for grabs in return for coin. That is why I personally respect most of the Islamic world for clinging on to their principles, and the fact that for the most part they haven't changed their ways since they were founded, or since the religion split into two groups. But that's
so
my
Kuriat, I'm assuming, is saying with the lightning bolt, God versus money. It's my assumption of what you're delineating.
Well, it could be power. Power, influence, coin. I mean, one of the advantages of being reality based is you slowly but surely gain influence. Instead of power or coin, which are far more corrupting for the human spirit. I wish my hairline could agree with that principle, though, because it seems pretty corrupted over the past few years.
Well, you rock it pretty well, the balding, long hair look. I used to have long, like slash kind of curly hair, like mixed kid hair. And I always grew up with my head getting buzzed. That's all my mom knew how to do. And then when I started going bald, I just like saved face and started buzzing my head again. And so once I went bald, it was like, well, I'm already shaving my head, so it's not a fact. Baldness, I think, breeds a bit of honesty in a man.
I have Medusa Jew hair, folks.
But no, legitimately, I think about that a lot. I think baldness adds a bit of honesty on top of being like a masculine trait. So it's like, why not just accept it? Sulcurialt says, in general, the personal power of one's ability to apprehend reality and work for one's own will. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, exactly that. Like sometimes I might have a client who is dating a girl 20 years younger, and it's really annoying that, they might want to always be on social media. They might always want to they might always want to go to the clubs. But what I say to them is, this is how they come. When somebody's a lot younger, this is what they're like. As long as you can manage your expectations and know that, yes, they are going to go out with their friends. They're still going to want to go on holidays. They're still going to want to post on social media. As long as you can adapt your expectations, you'll be fine. You can maintain that relationship. But if you have the deal breakers and then don't adapt your expectations, you're just prolonging the breakup. It's going to happen at some stage.
It's like what you always say, just know what time it is.
I do always say that. I say, just know what time it is when you're with someone.
When I compare relationships from, let's say, our grandparents to our parents to today, and then of course even a new generation beyond us, it kind of is just showing, a complete different trend. How do you think, so I know you get this asked often, but how do you think social media has played positively and negatively in relationships today?
Positively is limited. I would say in terms of positive impacts, it's quite limited. The only thing I would say that's positive from social media is it gives people, if they use it correctly, it can give them a great income. They can get a really great, I mean, I'm sure you make a great job from using socials essentially. If you use it as work, it's unbelievable. It's a really great opportunity to make connections, to actually limit your excitement from the opposite sex because you'll get more and more of it and you get used to it. It's a great opportunity to really build connections and build a career. But you have to make sure that the career that you're building is one that is useful and helpful and people actually enjoy. But if you're selling yourself in any way, shape or form, whether that is your appearance, whether that is your marketing, like your cars and all of that, anything like that, what will happen is at some stage you're going to really burn yourself out. And the other thing is it's going to feed into our natural narcissism. We all have an element of narcissism. All of us do. What social media has done is taken our narcissism and made it global and international. So the impact it's having, particularly more so on women than it does on men. On men, what it does is has the opposite effect of narcissism. It makes them weak towards women. Because they see so many beautiful girls, they get weaker and weaker and weaker. Their self-control gets weaker. Their ability to say no gets weaker. Their desires get higher. So men are becoming weaker because of social media and women are getting
Incel Nation rise. You got to smell what the Rock is cooking when he's cooking.
That's why I always like the distance that social media and content creation can offer, because I'm a very timid person privately, or IRL as the young people say. I say that despite being 24 years old. And I like to keep to myself for the most part. But here, I love to speak my mind, engage with fellow creators and find folks, because in the real world, no one, at least in my area, Angus, wants to interact with each other. It's like we're living in a decaying museum.
Yeah, well, I think social media has shown the dark side of both sides of men and women. I mean, like I like the Barbie movie, however, like surface level talking point feminist it is with the montage of Barbie and Ken experiencing the real world at first, and she's like essentially feeling the anxiety of rape or whatever in the back of her mind. That pitch, if you will. I think that's just intrinsically a reality that women, and this is, I think, reinforced society before now, where it's like women are the weaker sex. This is a factor that can be taken advantage of by force, and so that breeds a loyalty to their spouse and thus the society they're in versus whatever the outside contingent is. And now you've taught this independence, and yet it's like having cake and eating it too. It's like, oh, be independent, but also protect me, even though I don't want to partake in the society in its reinforcement and growth.
Well, it's going to snap eventually. I mean, the system we have built in the West is in itself a contradiction. I mean, how we view human beings is a contradiction. We're all the same, but we're all different. The idea of equality, treating people equally, despite the fact that we're all different people with different wants and different needs. To me, such a system is destined to fail, no matter where it is based. But especially in the West, we're like zombies. We should be down and out, but we still keep on going and somehow keep on growing, despite the fact that as a civilization, we are like the Walking Dead itself, just shuffling along because of the legacy of our past.
Yeah, and on the flip side with men, I think social media has revealed the resentment men generally have with women, given how they intrinsically have value. Men have to earn theirs, and then it's like the deck is stacked against you being a man, because just get in any niche, just start a channel a day in any niche on YouTube, and like start networking, interacting, streaming with other people or whatever, workshopping content back and forth with someone, get in a group, and then throw a chick in it and see how easy it is for her because she has tits.
Exactly. That's why I say to find folks and fellow creators, especially if they are females, there is a gap in the market. There is a demand for female creators for obvious reasons, because there aren't enough of them. And I think they would all do very well in establishing an audience. Doesn't matter if they're competent or not.
Yeah. Hey, Tim, I sent you the link in your email. But no, to add to that with the resentment factors, like, I think OnlyFans is great in the sense of it undercuts the system that a Harvey, the classic casting couch manipulation allegory, whatever you want to go with. It gives the models, and that can be male or female, but especially when it gives them way more agency. So regardless of like the morality of like what they're producing, I think that's good. But given that this is like such an easy avenue for women to sell themselves sexually, whether it's directly like the OnlyFans or just more, I can't think of the word, but like sideways, I guess. With like like Instagram and whatnot, where it's like teasing. It's like selling their body in whatever facet, without kind of a eventual payoff for a guy or guys, whatever, I think that like warps the perception of women for a lot of guys too, subconsciously. It's not a direct like awareness that most guys have. I think that's where we're at now. It's like, that's why the like whatever podcast has become so like, whoa, it's like become culturally significant for this moment, at least.
And especially with advances in technology, Angus, this problem is just going to get worse and worse and worse. And we don't have a solution to this said problem. And this is just in terms of software, with the Apple Vision Pro, especially, which Apple is releasing. It's like a all-in-one computer strapped to your face. And think what kind of mindset that will put into people. It'll drive them fucking mental when they won't want to take it off. Just like on a computer, you don't want to switch off your computer. You don't want to take this thing off, which is essentially a computer in your head. And I've arranged my hair, folks, to prove I do have ears. They are real.
Hey, what's up, George? What's up, George? Bonnie 90. Thanks for joining.
Nice Honda. That's a Cura for you Americans, because Honda in America is called Acura.
Wait, you talking about Acura?
Yes, that.
Oh. But yeah, I don't know. I think ultimately all this mind hacking and stuff, it's like on social media, they call us users. I don't know if you've seen that Netflix documentary they did about social media. And they made a very interesting point. They have a lot of like previous software engineers, psychologists that have worked for Facebook, Google, etc., where it's like, and I think this goes in with food too, like fast food and processed food is like, people try to talk about willpower, and there's a varying degree individual have of willpower, but it's like, I don't think that's even a factor. You're talking about self accountability with these factors, or, the prawn on the internet, whatever the case. Because this stuff is not just suiting a entertainment fancy for a person's brain, but like they're mind hacking us. They're engineer these things.
It's driving us insane.
Keep you addicted. Like they've used the psychology of addiction and use it to prey upon the minds of us. We are animals. There's only there's a limit to our agency until we fall into animal traits and instincts. And I think that's the other factor at play, on top of governmental or ultimately like lobbies of companies that have a interest in mind hacking us for whatever purpose. I've talked about, I think the rainbow agenda that's become so prominent and noticed by no one can deny it anymore. I think it's they're trying to, at least in the West, population decrease us, at least the host residents. One for politics, but also for like control. They want to engineer
it's far easier to control third world people than it is first world people, Angus, from intelligence to civilizational capacity, because we have to remember, especially with Africa, they're used to a kill or be killed, us versus them mindset. So in order to exist in that mindset, you have to have authoritarianism, you have to have a dictatorship in that model. Command.
I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think authoritarianism, fascism, whatever, I don't think those are bad things. I think it's the problem is ultimately like the money. Like there's always been corruption in every form of government. There's always people that have ulterior motives. Like the Crusades is a great example of, like, regardless if you think it is holy, that those wars, Muslim and Christian, either side, being just, there's the players involved individually that saw, I can also make, even if they believe it's like, well, I can also make a lot of money off of this venture if I gain the loot and resources and trade ways. But I think everyone was operating, generally speaking, with the fatherly authority of government that should be implicit. And we've lost that. We've lost in the West, I think, the paternal instinct of governance. That a governor should be your father in some respect. That he, and by that, it's not just that he lords over you, but that he cares. It's not that Trump, for example, who think like Trump doesn't care about you. It's like, no, I don't think he cares about me. He doesn't know me, but I think some of his efforts clearly show his concern as like a paternal figure for the good of the children being American citizens.
He's a man of a bygone era, Black Angus, when America was number one. I mean, from my perspective, the 20th century was the American century. It's had its time, just like the 19th century was the British century. And in the 20th century, the British Empire crumbled into dust. I honestly think if we keep going like this, the same will happen to the United States, because it is literally rotten to the core. But I personally think that if we keep going on this trajectory, whether it's hardware or software based, technology is going to drive us fucking insane and into a fate worse than death. But it's great to see all the fine folks in the chat.
Yeah,
I hope you're doing well.
Backy, sorry. Oh, the X makes you apply that to your K. And Thunder Duck. I was talking to Rookie this morning because I was up late because of my night shift. I'm just having trouble finding a proper clip. If you want to offer a clip, send to me on Twitter. I want to have like a personalized clip for when you pop in the chat of like a duck quacking, but it's like Thunder Duck.
Let's think, folks. Is this Black Angus's type, or should I make it longer and thinner?
You don't get it crossed. I love the what is now termed cis women, the uterus havers.
The only cis that the only thing that cis Black Angus is the Confederacy of Independent Systems. CIS for sure.
But Backy, he was saying all authoritarian ideals are bad. They lead to disaster. I disagree. There's been empires immemorial, however big or small, authoritarianism is there's a great thing about the how to become a dictator on Netflix, and it's a
Love
quick cut. So
show.
it's a quick cut kind of show, but it's a great entryway to like dig into further, more complex documentaries about this stuff. And they said something about like what's interesting is like we're living in like a strange time because as much as we bemoan these figures like Saddam and
Gaddafi and Idi Amin.
Idi Amin, that's the guy. And of course, Hitler and Stalin. Much as we bemoan them in our current day, given our values, they're kind of normal figures of history generally speaking, even though they have
Especially Stalin in
cataclysmic
Russia.
events. It's like authoritarian dictatorships, or at least kings. This is the tried and true formula. We are bucking the trend, and we're really experimenting this last 200 years with democracy widespread.
Hey,
And I think it's showing its failings.
Well, I'd love to see Argentina turn into a libertarian paradise. You never know, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see
CIA is going to
Abomination
put
Major.
that to a stop real quick. Don't you worry.
Hope all is well, my good man. But I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe there is an ideal out there, but for now, I shall always be reality-based. And what we need right now, whether we like it or not, is a good old Caesar to lead us the way. Because in complex situations, the more complex they are, the more basic solutions we need to guide people to the future. Because the present we are living in is fucking mental. And it's only going to get more mental if we keep having these complex issues just interacting with one another. What we need is simplicity. That's what makes America great, because it's simple, straightforward, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. Constitution, first two amendments, make it so, civilization.
Yeah, I don't know. The older I get and the more I learn about like Nietzsche, the more I'm like, yeah, this democracy shit is dumb. We need, again, I am very much about the aristocracy of some kind, or, authoritarian leader that has the goodwill of the people because he's earned the goodwill, that he is the noble, the philosopher king, a Mufasa type. Governance with the care of the people at the core of his governance. And that comes from we have too much distraction, we have too much decadence, where we will, all engage to some extent bemoaning whoever's in office, but no one's really taking up arms like our forefathers, founding fathers would want and condone, because we're all like, there's no cohesion to work against the government, because however bad we think it is, it's like, well, it's not that bad. I'm not
exactly.
It's like I can still go to McDonald's and enjoy that decadence. So I'm not gonna
exactly. We're not in a position in the West, ladies and gentlemen, where insane things like the Holodomor, which was brought up, which took place in the Soviet Union, or things like the Holocaust, which took place in Nazi-occupied Europe. We're not in a situation where a great catastrophe has taken place that justifies an end to such a system, because our establishments aren't stupid. They pretend like they're stupid to lure us all into a false sense of security, but they are not stupid.
Yeah. Baggy said earlier, I'm getting a pinch real quick. Stalin created the Holodomor. I was looking at
the Holodomor.
The Ukrainian famine.
Yeah.
But it's funny because there's a funny clip I've seen of Nick Fuentes.
Very deliberate.
Talking about how, like, there's all this famine catastrophe and whatnot under Stalin that we point to as democracy loving Americans. But he's like, Stalin took them from like the third world to a first world power that rivaled America. Yep. And so the human cost is arguably worth it. It's like how much more positive for the net was there with yes, that extreme cost, but it's an interesting perspective that I appreciate, because everyone just likes to like get in line. It's like, well, clearly that was bad, and see no value.
That's why I know that Russia and its neighbors, for the most part, they know how to take a bloody nose. I mean, that whole mindset of the Slav in the 20th century, and of course there are other groups in that area besides Slavs, but the Slavic mindset for the 20th century was, we're going to take a bloody nose and we're going to win. That was the mindset used against the Germans twice and against the Americans once. And unfortunately, whether you like it or not, it came crashing down. And to this day, folks, there are still parts of those lands who have never recovered from the fall of the Soviet Union, even over 30 years on. So there are lots of people out there who need a firm guide, a firm hand. But it can be very, very bloody. And Westerners, I'll just end by saying this, Angus, a lot of Westerners can't take a bloody nose. We lose 10,000 people, we want to end a war. The East loses 1 million people, and it's just another fucking day.
We got another 5 to throw at you. Yeah. And I like this comment. He says, "Oh, let's make sure he doesn't get assassinated." Oh, wait, that was JFK. I agree. I've said from my, again, I'll admit, limited knowledge, what I can gather, JFK was the last great president, and that's why I like Trump though, because I see like good efforts on his part. But yeah, so it's not just we need a guy. This is the problem we have, is that we're all looking for who's the next king. We have exhausted democracy, and now we're looking for a king to revolt against the bureaucracy.
We need shepherds. We don't need kings. We need shepherds. We need everyone to be a damn shepherd.
The problem is we're all looking for a guy to fix it. This is ironically, I know people bemoan like leftists, usually you'll find clips of them where they'll try to explain politics with like a Marvel movie, and it's like, oh, you got Marvel brain or whatever. But like legitimately, everyone is kind of stuck in the superhero mind subconsciously of like, who is Captain America that will save us from the bomb or whatever. And it's like, no. This can't just be one guy that you like and you give him a simple limp wrist vote. You have to like take up arms with that leader that has guided you.
We're all pieces of the puzzle, folks. It all adds up. So in a sense, we all have something to contribute, either physically or mentally, and through our sheer force of numbers, we can, for now, still prevail, because the establishment still hasn't mass-produced battle droids on an industrial scale yet.
I would love some battle droids. That's awesome.
Well, until they do, we have a chance, folks, because once they do, doesn't matter how many of them we destroy, they will just keep on making them.
Yeah. And I saw you, Abomination AJ. You got that stream going on tonight, right? Or is that tomorrow? Covering the blood sports that happened impromptu on my channel last week. That was a good time.
Glad I wasn't there, because my reaction would be either this. What's going on? Are 2 black men fighting? Yay!
But it wasn't me and AJ necessarily. Like, I interjected, but I was mainly a moderator. People in chat, Tony, the Geek Getaway versus AJ. And
that must have been fun.
Well, it sucks because you can check it out. I got it clipped and about to re-upload it. That for more concise, because people are interested in that. It was it was me trying to be a moderator, but unfortunately having to like lean on the detractor side with facts. It wasn't just like, oh, I agree with him, I'm shutting him down. It's like, no, here's like layers of why I have to agree with him and kind of admonish you on your analysis. But is overall, I think, a net positive for the CG Civil War going on, and the outliers.
When has it ever been at peace, Black Angus? When has it ever been at peace?
I've been around. There's been moments of harmony and whatnot. There's been patches.
It's what happens when you're in an industry that's cutthroat and your livelihood is based on it.
Oh, I agree.
So it's either kill or be killed. So I understand why everyone within alternative comics is so cutthroat, and that's why I just keep an eye on it. And so long as it makes money, you have succeeded.
Phil TMNT says, I honestly feel like some people are too quick to attack and some are too reliant to be diplomatic, where they allow themselves to be adored. It's kind of what I was getting at. It's a great way. Thank you, TMT, for summarizing my thoughts. But yeah,
thin skin don't win. Thin skin.
If this feels like a fucking random tangent, it kind of is, but it applied to talking about society and their conversation. And ultimately, this is why I get so mad when people try to deflect about like criticism of Star Wars, because I don't know when. This is me fresh watching this with Roger, but I knew this was controversial. It's led to a Rolling Stones article trying to like kind of cancel Star Wars theory. But this is the value of Star Wars and thus other fictional media. Good fictional media at its heart has reality, as Ryan would love being reality based, has reality at its heart. The things Star Wars brings to the forefront, if you actually dig into it, don't just take it as a popcorn movie with special effects, but see the layers to it, the story it's telling, the political, philosophical, mythological allegories, religious pertinence of them, you'll get in these kind of discussions because they're reflected in these works of art. Thus, the value is not just childish entertainment. And I really hate that.
Well, like all great American stories, Black Angus, it's based on a first great original American story, which was the American Revolution, a great victory against all odds. That's what Star Wars is.
Well,
and
it's
that's
actually
what the American
Vietnam War.
Revolution is. So there we go.
Awesome. If I have the time, I'll listen to the replay. At worst, I'll probably listen to it at work on my earbud. As long as I'm still a new guy, so it's like it's hard for me to actually like feel comfortable wearing earbuds under my
wig,
ear protection.
Oh.
No, not wig. I work in a factory, so it's like very loud. You got to wear 2 layers of ear protection, and so you never know when you got to like talk to someone screaming into their ear. So I'm not comfortable enough, still learning my role because I'm a new guy. So I catch stuff when I can. Sometimes it's advantageous, running smooth. Other times it's like I gotta be attentive, so it's hard to listen. But go sub to Abomination AJ if you haven't. I look forward to that stream tonight. Star Wars on one level is about giving sentient robots the same rights as living beings. Yeah, there's something interesting. I need to find it, but something that really blew my mind is there's a line C-3PO says. He says something to the fact like this is our plot in life. And I get that this is like ultimately these are all human characters at an intrinsic level, but there's a reality in the series that they are robots. And the fact that C-3PO, a protocol droid, a translator robot, has this consciousness to think about, to bemoan a fact of his existence, I think is not talked about enough. And the only real angle they've dug into, unfortunately, with Disney Star Wars is droids' rights with the fucking feminist robot. They really miss a chance to like dig into some like at least initial phase Blade Runner factor to Star Wars with the
they have a role, they carry out that role. They may not like it, but that's their purpose. And
but also think of this to pair with that Jabba's palace. They have the torture chamber for like bad droids, and it's like, how do you torture a robot? You just turn it on and off. Maybe you break it out of frustration, but it shouldn't like feel. But like, there's like Gong droid with his feet getting burned. That's also a little layer where it's like I think it's more of a gag that they didn't really think about, but that's in there, and so you can pull from it now. Let me see. Phil says sometimes people just need to go to the nearest Walgreens, get a bottle of chill pills.
Phil TMNT brought to you by Pfizer.
I'm dealing with that with the people did to bring them there. Whatever happened to that droid show that Kennedy announced? I think it's still coming out. But anyway, let's continue.
Getting stronger. And the reason I say stronger, but really I mean more narcissistic and powerful in the most negative ways, because what women can do is replace every man they've ever met now by posting a few pictures. What men can do, what they can't do that, but instead what they can do is fantasize about women that they never knew existed. So you're creating an imbalance. You're making women stronger and stronger and men weaker and weaker. And as a result, relationships break down when women are stronger than the men that they are with. So we've created a culture of weaker men and more powerful women. And as a result, the families and the foundation of a family cannot flourish.
And so how do you think we could kind of mitigate that? Or how do you think two people can come together and not be affected by, the perhaps temptation of posting a promiscuous photo and getting likes and this and that?
One thing I would say is that women that post promiscuous attract men that like promiscuous. So it's not usually a case of a man who's totally innocent and dating a woman who's a total narcissist and posting online. Usually it's a man that likes the bikini pictures all day long and follows the bikini models who ends up with a girl like that. And then she'll be mad that he's still doing that and he's mad that she's still posting. They both have poor habits. They both have poor social media hygiene.
Stop judging me, Sadia Khan.
I just had to say that.
I believe that the best way to kind of mitigate that is you can't beat the world.
Oh,
This is a bad advert. This is a bad one.
They're all bad.
But I will say, folks, I will say that usually broken people attract broken people and forgotten people attract forgotten people. Because look at us, Angus. If we were able to thrive within the establishment, then we wouldn't be here. And I think that goes with the vast majority of fellow content creators, because if they were able to succeed in establishment circles, they wouldn't be content creators. We're all here, and we, for the most part, all of us have gained an audience, whether it's a small one or a massive one, because we resonate with people, or what we make resonates with people. So for each creator that rises, it's proof that the establishment has failed. Now, if the establishment ever falls, I don't know what the fuck's going to happen to all of us. Will we be having government offices or something, Angus? I do not know. But if the establishment would not fail in regards to producing quality products, then we wouldn't be here highlighting the problem, because there'd be no problem to highlight. That's my point of view. Oh, he's laughing menacingly. Ooh. Ooh. What does that mean?
I don't have much to add. It's good commentary.
Even if you wanted to, you can't avoid the sexualization on social media. You can't stand up against it. You're not going to win. But what you and your partner can do is reduce the impact of social media on you by both partners deciding to behave in a way that is constructive and respectful to the relationship. Both people equally. So if I don't want you liking lots of girls' pics, I'm also not going to post pictures that lots of men like. If I don't want you following lots of girls, I'm not going to post pictures that attract a lot of male followers, and vice versa. You both agree that we can't control what falls into our lap. We might walk down the street and meet somebody and something might happen, but at least the things we can control, like our feed, our For You page, what we look at on social media, let's try and make sure that what we can control, we try and avoid alternatives as much as possible, and we try and make decisions on social media that is as respectful to the relationship as possible.
And so that kind of gives rise to the online argument that if you're uncomfortable with your woman posting promiscuous photos, or let's say photos in a bikini, then you're insecure.
Well, I know it's really hard. That's a really hard one for men, because they will always label it as you're being insecure and so on and so forth. But you just got to ask yourself, what is the underlying need when you are posting that picture?
With that, you have to just say, you just have to ignore those people ultimately, because they're eating a
Thin
narrative.
skin don't win. Thin skin don't win.
They're eating a narrative that's been fed to them. On top of this is generally women, at the end of the day, they always try to turn everything into sex. Ironically, because men are, we're memed as like the sex craze, but you look around at like everything a guy can like fill his time with, it's not sex based. Whether it's like directly chasing or validating themselves or just quantifying, at the end of the day, women are always gonna be like, well, you got a tiny dick, or oh, that big truck's just to compensate for the tiny dick. There's always they always quantify, or like you see with protesting, they always fucking pull the tits out to protest, or hands off my uterus, or what. It's like they only, at the end of the day, they're only like complex thoughts. It always boils down to like sex. That's how they quantify things.
That's why you should just say you're gonna dry up eventually. So,
so you just have to ignore it. It's not even it's not a legitimate argument to engage. You just ignore, and pivot away from those people because they're not, as some people say, good faith arguments.
Well, I'm of the view, ladies and gentlemen, that you have to build a mindset where you matter, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter as a whole, because we all have our time to shine, and we all fade away. Everything that's created is destroyed. We want our journeys to be good, but at the end of the day, no matter what we do as an individual, it may not have much impact for the most part. There are those who make it into the history books, but having that mindset can make you more impervious to this kind of attack.
Yeah, well, it's a deflection, but I don't want people to think I'm demonizing women. This is more of like it's something you can pick out, but it's biological because, and societally reinforced too. I think time immemorial to some degree through all history is that this is kind of the ultimate value of women is their sexuality, be it just getting in bed or procreating with them, subjugating them matrimoniously to whatever respect. So this is like, that's their ultimate measure of value subconsciously. It's not a conscious thought. So don't want you to think it's like, oh, this is incel rhetoric. It's like, no, when you realize that this is like their ultimate bargaining chip, this is how they internalize everything on a subconscious level.
You'd think if someone is involuntarily celibate, their greatest desire is to no longer be that. So they would try their best to appeal to any kind of woman in order to get rid of that mindset, whether it's perceived or actual. So the kind of people who are incels are the kind of people who will do whatever they can to appeal to a female, any kind of female. And that's why I think simping is a great correlation for incel behavior. Whereas those who don't give a damn flying fuck about appealing to women or appealing to men tend to not give a fuck in regards to having a fuck, so to speak.
Well, yeah, it's like, I mean, Ricky talked about this a lot, where it's like, you have any argument about accomplishments and male versus female, it's like women clearly are content through history, aside from societal control of female sexuality through most history. Women have always been half the population. They could revolt and upend society if they really want to. And how to say this? You see it through every work of art, whatever profession in history. People are like, oh, look at what a woman did this thing. It's like, right, but how many, like 1,000 guys did all the groundwork for her to have that incremental accomplishment in that field, because men have to seek their value. They have to earn it. So it's like, ultimately you're talking about like diamonds in the rough accomplishment versus the status quo for men, and it's a division of gender. It's nothing bad about it. It's just a fact of life, I think. And it's interesting because if you look at like a nun, I think there's something subconscious in every human seeing a woman throw away her fertility. But a man goes celibate for God, be it a monk, a priest in Catholicism, Eastern philosophy, religion,
living principle.
Men sacrificing their sexuality is not a negative necessarily, because they do so devoting themselves to something higher, and it doesn't come across like cross. Like there's definitely contingents that bemoan either sex doing that, but it's not abnormal necessarily through history to see collectives of men in whatever pocket of society do so. But when you see women do it, it's like, what are you doing? What, like, motherhood's your greatest accomplishment, that you could, and it gives women contentedness, they have a simpler path for fulfillment versus men. Men can have lots of kids, but we still want to like climb Mount Everest or make the Eiffel Tower or be Alexander the Great and conquer the Persian Empire and go
Well, our
beyond it.
purpose and meaning as a species is not set in stone. We don't have a predetermined purpose or a predetermined meaning beyond our natural desire to propagate and to multiply as a species. So, for a kind to be born into the world not knowing what the fuck to do, I'm amazed we haven't just killed each other. The fact that we're having this conversation is proof that we can just muddle our way through existence, do our own things, keep on going, and keep on growing. And this is the result of it, whether we like it or not.
Yeah. I've read a few of the first issues of the Disney Marvel Alien comic, and it's pretty cool so far. Don't know how it's progressed, and they've got a couple series thus far. They got like Predator, then Predator versus Wolverine. They're having fun with the 20th century properties through Marvel Comics, at least. Ridley Scott's attached to produce this Alien, from what I gather, in-betweener. We'll get to that soon.
Is it a television series or is it
It's supposed to be a movie coming out this year? It says 2024. So,
well, if you think about it, Prometheus, Alien Covenant. My goodness, could it get much worse?
I like Prometheus.
They're perfectly fine films, but when compared,
I like it
to,
already as like a dumb kid when right before I joined the army is the last film I saw before I joined the army. And then I want to say like Avengers, then Prometheus for my last two movies. And then right after I saw Dark Knight Rises. So I had a good little stretch of films before and after the army boot camp. But for all those flaws and vagaries, I like what Ridley Scott was doing, playing with the franchise that he started. But of course, I don't expect them to actually do that. It seems like if anything, I think they'll kind of be stuck in a rut of creativity in the sense of kind of like Star Wars. They're just going to like be stuck trying to please the nostalgia factor of Alien and Aliens.
I mean, they really ran out of ideas with Alien 3, and then they threw everything against the wall with Alien 4, and no one liked it.
Alien 4 is interesting because it's like I tried to watch it recently, and I'm like, what is the point exactly? I mean, there's a lot of interesting ideas, but yeah, it's clearly like a studio hodgepodge of like, we have a franchise, we need to roll another one out. Ripley's still here to do a movie.
I like the team. I like the team dynamic, especially when that cripple took on a xenomorph. So from that perspective, it was kind of like Among Us, but the xenomorph isn't cosplaying as a human being.
Yeah, but, there's things that were cool about it. It's like a thematically and aesthetically very pleasing film. It really has that like French whatever style that they were going for film wise. Like the gritty look to it. But Prometheus I really like because I watched the Stargate film for the first time like 5 years ago, and then I rewatched Prometheus. I'm like, oh fuck, that movie makes this movie so much better. Even though they're not connected, I'm not making them connected. Just like viewing that kind of film than watching Prometheus, there's something that like tonally connects those two for me that I'm like, this makes me appreciate it more as an expansive film. But Mel says my favorite Alien movie is the one I'm currently watching. I'm very happy with it.
Wonder which one it is.
After a while, them constantly the first woman to do it becomes less special than they're trying or wanting. Yeah, I think recently the biggest problem did this. The first woman, ironically, veto a legal woman in California as a joke.
My goodness.
Yeah, he's like, I just got to take a box and I'm a woman in California. And he's like, he's as much as like he's got leftist ideas, he's kind of on our side. So I really hate our Friday Night Tights sector just writing off veto.
He's a crazy American. You don't know whose side he's fucking on. He's on his own side. He's a quintessential American comedian who will do whatever he can to stay on top.
You should try to get him on for your creator interviews.
Well, I did call him a pedophile apologist once, not to his face, but yeah, Yeah, I don't
I think
know
it's
if
fine
that's
if you have a
possible.
problem with his view, but I think he's got a well-rounded view about it.
Well,
I don't
I
really get
always
into it because if
Mhm.
you give any inch to
Mm.
that argument, then people write
Mm.
you off. So it's just I try not to touch it, but
Sure.
to be vague, I think Vito
Mm.
has a conceptual point, to
Mm.
say the least, about.
Well, I always
his-
try my best to agree to disagree and move on, but I tend to bring people on who don't attract me too much heat because, well,
No, bring
men are
the
not
heat.
for kitchens, folks. That's a woman's job.
But yeah, Amoral, my favorite is Alien. I like Alien 3. Alien 4 is definitely like the fall off, but I think there's a lot there that's interesting, especially the
just
whole
look at
cloning Ripley.
Well, just look at the progression between the 4 films. 2 good, 1 meh, and 1 perceived as god awful. Now look at Prometheus, Alien Covenant, Alien Romulus, and whatever they call the fucking 4th one. And you just see that same kind of trajectory, only the standards have gotten way worse.
That'd be funny if they do Alien Remus afterwards.
Oh, God. We'll just go to the next star system over and do the whole
Just think
film
how weird
all
it would
over
be.
again.
Think how weird it would be phonetically if
Mm.
Remus was the victor of that myth. We named it Reem and the Reman Empire.
Mm.
Like, how much would that phonetically affect history?
And then change it, and then the next one after that will be Alien Retard. You know, Romulus, Remus, and Retardus. There we go.
Yeah, I'm guarding my expectations, given especially with all the heat Disney's got at the box office
Mhm.
failings. I think they're just going to play this super safe, despite clearly like a rated R property. I think they're going to play it safe in the sense of nostalgia, even though Alien is rated R for its clear conceptual like horror. I think it's more or less a safe film series. It's just monsters that have grotesque births and terror on people, but it's not really sadistic or anything.
Mm.
It's just guys with guns trying to shoot monsters that have grotesque birthings and eating patterns. So it'll stay rated R, I think, but I think it's a safe franchise, and I think they're going to play it nostalgia safe. I think we're going to get some shade of me not knowing anything going in. I think just they're going to try to play it safe for money, at least to start this. So I'm expecting nostalgia.
They should collaborate. They should collaborate with Bethesda and create Alien Starfield.
Anyway, we'll get to that. Let's get through some more of this.
As a girl, you have to ask your female, you have to ask your woman. I will let you do whatever you want. No worries. I don't have to be with you if I don't like it for long enough. But as your husband or as your partner, I'm curious what motivates you to want to take that picture of you basically in a bikini or basically half naked and post it on the internet. I just want to know your motivation. And if she says, I've worked really hard and I just want everyone to see what I've worked hard for, ask her why. Why is that important to you? What need of yours is missing? Where is the need for social validation coming from? Is there something that you're missing? Is it something from before, like something from before me? Where is this coming from? And if she doesn't have the ability to reflect on that need and you don't get the answers that you think are valid, you don't have to pressure her to stop, but you have to ask yourself, is this a deal breaker for you or not? Can you handle this for the rest of your life? If the answer is yeah, well, to be honest, it's no problem. In my culture, everybody wears bikinis. Like if you're from somewhere like Brazil or South America, you know, people wear bikinis all day, every day. It's not really that shocking. And so you might be totally fine with it. But if you're like, you know what, there's a part of me that doesn't feel comfortable knowing the type of man that might be following it. It can range from a normal, regular guy to a very creepy guy that I don't feel comfortable around. So I just don't know if I can handle it. And then you take the onus on yourself or whether or not you want to go forward with the relationship. But be curious. Ask her why.
Yeah, and I would even say, if you want to go forward with the relationship, I would wonder, what is that really telling me if she's seeking that kind of validation or attention? And the same goes for men. What kind of validation are you seeking if you're posting these kinds of photos, if you are in a committed relationship?
Yeah, both of them. I mean, and I can understand to some extent if that's where their money comes from and stuff.
Roger, are you seeking validation? Do you have an alt posting cock accounts that
No.
you would need to talk to your significant other about?
No, of course not. I do what I do as a content creator. First of all, because I enjoy doing what I'm doing, and second of all, because, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, I have not succeeded within the confines of the establishment, and this is the most successful I have been in terms of a hobby and in terms of, you could call it a career, but I don't see this as a damn business. So I see revenue as donations, put it in the war chest until eternity, and then suddenly retire off into the sunset. Without saying, realitybase.com/donate, realitybase.com/donate. That sort of money grabbing mindset. It's optional.
Since you're speaking of money, don't forget you can now join as a member, have your name distinguished in the chat for only 99 cents, and help me craft future membership tiers to suit your fancy on this channel.
In other words, ladies and gentlemen, subscribe to Black Angus Plus for the small price of 99 cents per month. You could be part of making blacks great again, one Angus at a time. Black Angus Plus.
That's good.
If they get their money from posting lingerie about bikini pictures, I can understand. They can say, it's my money. No worries. You can either accept that or not accept that.
No!
These adverts should really be illegal.
There's even not even the money aspect, and it's just the social validation aspect. I always just think it's probably not a good idea to be in a long-term relationship with a woman who can make money from her body, because they learn how to manipulate men. Essentially, when you learn to make money from your body, you're learning the art of manipulation, because you're taking a man's weakness and turning that in and exploiting that into money. So I would argue, is that the type of person you want to be with? And so you might want to, but there's still some men think, well, as long as you're getting your bag and you're working hard, no worries. But if there's none of that and there's no actual motivation, there's probably an insecurity in her that is deeper than one that you can fix. So you have to leave it to her to figure out how she wants to fix it.
And so with the whole sex work thing on the rise today, my question, and that's something we've never talked about, is why is it so prevalent and normalized today? Whereas, let's say our grandparents would be like, are you crazy? That's horrible. So what is
wait, really quick. I just thought of something. It's funny that people bemoan this sexualization stuff, sex mark and everything, through sex economy with the OnlyFans and whatnot. But they're all about let's return to simpler times. It's like you realize, like, even during the witch hunting Catholic Church authoritarianism of Europe, there was brothels everywhere. We just have open source brothels. We have virtual brothels now. We have returned, Roger, through technology, returned to our former state.
Well, back then, Puritans of one kind or another would, in all fairness, burn those brothels down, hang prostitutes from trees.
That's why they got kicked out and became America.
Well, no, in all seriousness, I mean, the United States of America is a great example, because the most religious people of Europe went to America and settled there. So some of the most extreme reactions to this kind of decadence and corruption took place in the USA or its predecessors, like British America or French America,
the 1800s.
But the point I'd like to make is that I cannot wait for the advance of technology to rob the sex economy of all of its coin, because a piece of programming can do it for way, way cheaper, way, way quicker, massively increases demand to match supply, and brings prices all the way down. And I think we're going to see that with a lot of software-based things, especially on the internet, and a lot of hardware-based things, as, Elon Musk's Optimus battle droids take your jobs. They'll take Angus's very loud job because they don't have hearing. And then the question, Angus, how do people who are born and bred for generations to operate in a financially based world exist in a world that's no longer financially based, because pieces of software and pieces of hardware have completely overwhelmed the economy? You'd have to be reality based, or you own nothing and be happy. One of those two. Pick one.
This normalization, where's this coming from?
I would attribute it to a male addiction to pornography. What happened with
It's fault.
the advent of pornography is the natural instinct of a man is to feel an element of disgust when they see the woman they desire with another man. That's our natural instinct. As a man, when you see the woman you love or you care about or you desire even with another man, it makes you feel a bit sick. What pornography has done is taken the woman you desire the most, have you literally watch her with another man, and instead of being repelled, the sensations, your brain has been hijacked, and the desires and all of the dopamine and all the reaction you're getting has been hijacked. So your normal repulsion has been replaced with intense desire. So what would have normally caused you to feel repulsed by a woman is now making you want her more. Wanting her more, seeing her naked with another man all day, every day is what you're watching. Your brain has been hijacked. Your natural masculinity has been hijacked. And as a
So
result, what's
essentially-
happening is when you go into the real world and you meet a really promiscuous woman, instead of being repulsed, you're now sexually compatible with her, because she reminds you what you've been watching. So now more than ever before, men are open to sex workers. They're open to marrying them. They're open to investing in them. They're most open to loving them. And here's what the really sad reality of sex work is. The women that engage in sex work are, in the long run, winning compared to the women that don't. And sadly, that's what society's done. What's happened is that
Not for
wholesome
long.
woman nowadays that's actually dedicated to the children, she might find herself divorced, single mom, struggling to pay rent because divorce is so high and men are so addicted to pornography, they're going elsewhere. So she's going to find herself struggling. Whereas you take a sex worker and she uses man after man after man, and then her long-term plan, yes, she's going to be alone, but both women can end up alone. But the sex worker is now going to be living in an expensive home, sending the kids to an expensive school and living in an expensive area, and now her generation has changed for the better. So we've almost made it so that the sex workers win in the long run, and that's only a man's fault because they're the ones investing. So it's not the women's fault because
It's a financially based dichotomy from that perspective.
I'm
So
just
essentially,
I'm very
essentially,
surprised.
pornography turns people into cucks, men into cucks. So that's one good reason to outlaw pornography. And the second thing is that the pornographic economy, the sex economy, from a financially based perspective, is enabling decadence and corruption to win economically, which means, as a means to an end, money is being used. It is essentially the root of all evil, which is exactly what Christianity warned about. So from that perspective, my goodness, where's the flamethrower, Black Angus? Where's the rope and lamppost? Or tree? One of those.
My surprise is this blame on men.
Oh.
It's societal. I think she's saying all good points, but she's kind of following this female frame of blaming men for this problem, which is funny given that every other facet of life has catered to women. Like our cars have become pussified. They used to be like straighter edged and tight and stuff. Now they've gone soft and curvy. That's to appeal to the woman buyer. Every market has appealed to women because the demographics show like women are the purchasing power.
I mean, back in the day,
ignoring the factor of like they're spending their spouse's money. That's historically still a man is the breadwinner that she's spending his money while he's at work.
It's very interesting you mentioned that, Black Angus, because especially in the 70s and 80s with American cars, they were massive, and you could literally just easily draw them, the classic sedan, and you could like move them up and down, and they'd move like that. But with today's vehicles, they're all curvy and very style over substance, and they just look meh. There's no character to them. So please continue.
Yeah, no, I'm just I would say this is people valuing this American value stuff of like liberty, and then they have this cognitive dissonance with OnlyFans being such a monetary incentive for women. I think is just that. It's cognitive dissonance. Like one is from the other.
Hmm.
People want to return. The conservatives want to return to like the romanticized 50s,
Mhm.
which I get, and we did have a better culture back then. But porn was a thing back then. It's not this scapegoat of pornography is so silly to me, because pornography is like, once we find a tool to make art with, we start gooning with it through all of history. Go to the caves of like 40,000 years ago. Some of the only art remaining besides wall paintings of like beasts and stuff and handprints is carvings of like a bulbous like BBW, big beautiful woman. It's the Venuses of the caves. They were adoring a goddess through art, a pregnant woman, the life giver. We've always been gooning. It's human nature.
Well, I'm a fan of.
It's just that we have not delegated it to like
Mhm.
certain times of the day, certain times of the week in private. We have
Mhm.
normalized it. This is the problem. This is societal. It's not a male thing. It's that we've normalized this via our adoration of godless capitalism. And I'm an atheist, but I see the value of having some overarching religious factor in life.
I mean, it is a religion of coin, and I'm a fan of liberty, ladies and gentlemen, so long as it doesn't lead to decadence and corruption. And in this case, liberty is being used to spread decadence and corruption, which will ultimately undermine and destroy society. That's why authority is important, but authority as a concept, the trappings of power can lead to decadence and corruption themselves, which is why influence should be the way forward. And I really do think within my lifetime, so 50 years, same with Black Angus, I'd say 40, 50 years, we won't be living in a financially based world anymore because of the rise of technology, robbing people's livelihoods, the vast majority of people's livelihoods in a financially based world. And we will have two choices. We will either become reality based and focus on self improvement, or we will own nothing and be happy, which is exactly what the establishment and the World Economic Forum wants.
Yeah,
That's my view.
this whole problem is self-indulgence, which goes right in hand with capitalism. This reverence of capitalism unchecked is our downfall. For all the good it's done to feed, like there's something to be said about, the greatest men through history, more or less are from like the 1800s and back. You got people like JFK or whatever, Einstein within science, but generally speaking, all the great advances really uh, have the like turning point from the 1800s and back. Alexander the Great spread Hellenism across like half the world, and thus more enlightenment, more exchange of ideas. But he did it in a time when you had a big population that was slaves, and you had a big population that was starving. The average soldier of like his, you could say, top rank of society lived off of like a loaf or two of bread every day and a bunch of water. And they'd have like shindigs here and there. They have a victory, maybe slaughter a cow, whatever, eat some meat. But people were living, thin, if you will. When you're spreading the butter evenly, it's lowest common denominator, and everyone's this liberty crap. I've grown to like kind of be repulsed by American ideology. Everything that we take as like great values is like actually our demise. With authority comes what you're saying about authority has made me think about there's like a
You
check.
try living, Angus, you try living for 250 years. See if you survive. It's the same with nations and ideologies. I mean, we get to a point in our lives, nations and kingdoms and empires get to a point in their lives when they are past their best. And something that works in 1800 may not work in 1900, may not work in 2000 or 2100. I mean, things change. Ultimately, people change. And with the AI revolution that's slowly but surely progressing, I mean, the ideas of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness will have no place when you cannot make the money to support life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness, because it's been taken by you by a piece of programming that's far sharper than you, doesn't eat, doesn't sleep, and doesn't stop.
Yeah. Well, it goes back
That's
to the
my
Russia
view.
thing where it's like, oh
Mhm.
yeah, lots of people starved and died with the
Mhm.
Soviet Union rising before it stabilized itself to whatever extent. But the people that survived the calamity, yes, there's plenty of immigrants that come to America and appreciate the chance at decadence we have and are appreciative. But there's a lot of people in Russia that want a new Soviet Union, that miss the old empire because it had a religious element of like, yeah, collectively there's a bunch of us starving or barely getting by, but we're trying to build something bigger than ourselves. And that's what
We
we've
have the
lost in
same.
America.
You have a cause to fight for,
Yeah.
which America does not, and that's what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when the triumph of the individual dominates all. In that there is no unifying cause, just like the triumph of the collective doesn't allow individual imagination and therefore innovation to grow. And one of the reasons for the Soviet Union's collapse was too much administration, and another reason was not enough personal liberty, so that the reforms were necessary to ensure it kept on going and
Yeah,
kept on growing. It
it's
collapsed
Athens
under
and
its own weight.
yeah, it's Athens and Sparta. They both eventually fell to more innovation. That's why Rome was like 1,000-year empire and republic, whatever, but
Yeah.
collectively an empire. It lasted so long because it was always adaptive. It had
It
a
changed. It
overarching,
evolved.
it had an overarching goal of let's spread our superior ideology and whatnot
Well,
around the
from the
globe.
Republic to the Empire to the division in two, the West then collapsed, and then the East, the Eastern Roman Empire, then last another 1,000 years. So from the I'd say early 300s, maybe 400s BC, so 400 years before Christ, until the early 16th century. So that's early, maybe mid 1500s. You had one form or another, a Roman Republic or a Roman Empire, which is a good 1,800 years. That's
Yeah.
nearly 2,000 years.
I like what Gundam says. I don't think saying prawn should be outlawed is very freedom minded. I agree.
No. No, it's
I
not.
don't even think
It's
it
not.
matters with freedom, liberty, whatever. It's like it's just a factor. The problem is the pervasiveness and the generalized social acceptance. It's funny.
Remember, folks, I'm British, and the United States of America. I said this to Words of Paradise because he is a libertarian-minded fellow and a great guy to boot. But I told him America is not planet Earth. I mean, there are a lot of different perspectives, and when it comes to the ideas of freedom, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, America is a minority, especially against the likes of the People's Republic of China and India, two countries with between them 3 billion people, which is nearly half the world's population.
Yeah. Abomination AJ says more accessible means it reaches more, thus tainting more susceptible minds. Just like Abomination AJ being furry adjacent, he is thus tainted, susceptible. Getting rid of it entirely won't make it better, and even if it was more accessible, then again, that's what parental controls are there for. Well, yeah, there's I would say family is the root of government, and the family is corroded very intensively. Parents have very limited control. And it's not even about like parents versus the state. There's the whole capitalist system mind hacking all of us. That's the problem.
Well, everything, this is something that's really important, Angus. Everything has the capacity to be dangerous. Doing something is dangerous. Not doing something is dangerous. The situation warrants the correct response. And that's why in some ages, liberty is the way forward, and in other ages, authority is the way forward as a concept. And in some periods of time, all the things need to be controlled by one entity, and in other ages, all the things need to be controlled by vast entities, vast amounts of entities. Up to and including the people themselves. So it takes all sorts to be a person and a creator, and that's why in the political realm, especially Angus, humanity has not agreed on one course of action because there are so many different situations, so many different peoples, and what works for some doesn't work for others. That's why
I think it's why Rome did so well, because they were the benefactors of history of Greece and the city-state conflicts, and so ultimately you have Athens and Sparta as two polar extremes. Sparta was so rigid and authoritarian that they never innovated. Things like integrating the bow into combat was beneath them, and so that was very costly. On top of like phalanx and whatnot. But then with Athens, they're so loosey goosey trying to innovate democracy. What do they stand for? A mob rule. So Rome did well by having a dictator with a somewhat check and balance of the Senate.
I mean, what you, Angus, are one who's in a very interesting position, because as a veteran, you have been part of America's attempts to spread the American way to other parts of the world, and it just proves one size does not fit all, and it may work for some and not work for others. I mean, look at Iraq, look at Afghanistan, look at Libya, look at Vietnam, to name but a few of
There's
the
no
many
reason to
countries.
be in any of those.
I mean, it just goes to show that what works in the United States of America does not work for other parts of the world.
Yeah. Last one we'll look at, then we'll get back to this video. Also, most of the stuff the government says isn't good for isn't. It says it's good for isn't. Yeah, I agree. There's a factor of the noble lie that the government has to partake in to some degree. That's why I like the Dark Knight trilogy, because it gets into the noble lie and its value and its cost. It's not really a clear answer what's the right way.
Well, if the establishment is failing the people, it needs to be destroyed. When the establishment is supporting the people and ensuring social peace, economic prosperity, then the establishment is supported. And in a democratic system, whoever's in that majority camp gets what they want. So if the establishment is failing, the majority get rid of that establishment. But we live in a uniparty now, especially in the United States. And so more and more people are realizing that the establishment is failing, but there's no peaceable way to get rid of it. And I think it's reaching a boiling point, and it will pop eventually.
The problem with American democracy specifically is how pervasive business, third-party, non-governmental entities are influencing the issues at hand. And this has, again, been a factor through all history. You get whatever merchant systems trying to buy politicians. This is a factor of life, time immemorial, but it's just so pervasive now.
With tiny hats and very big noses, and with hair that looks like mine. How do you think I've survived, ladies and gentlemen, saying all these egregious things? It's because I have the right hair, I have the right nose, I don't have any mince pie, because I love eating mince pies, but I put one on my head and it looks like a tiny hat. But I don't have one of those, unfortunately. Yes, the merchant class, as you say. But please continue.
Like, you can see the reward is so high for being a sex worker, and it's so low for being a loyal woman. You'd be a loyal woman in this day and age. A man might still be watching pornography. A man might still be liking pictures. A man might still be going to escorts. Whereas if you be an escort, yes, you might end up alone in the long run, but most women might end up alone in the long run. But you will be able to clear out your generation. And that's the sad and scary what future we're creating, unfortunately.
Wow. We've never actually dove deep into that. That's...
You know what? The reason I said that...
Yes.
All right, arouse gummies. Perfect.
I mean, we see...
his wife and wholesome...
Well, I was just going to say, those adverts we see is a visual example of the merchant class trying to worm their way into the conversation. And that's why YouTube trying to worm their way into the merchant system have YouTube Premium, which you can get a fee every month, and you pay a fee every month so the adverts don't worm their way into your nice brains.
Environment to go be with an escort. And I told him this is the long-term plan. This is the long-term what's happening to women, where they're going to be rewarded. And we delved deep and stuff, and we realized that that actually is what happens. You end up having escorts who now live in really nice areas, their kids go to really great schools. They're now and it's just, they clear out the generations ahead. Whereas good women, they suffer more in the next generation. So it's difficult for them. And this is not me in any way encouraging, that kind of behavior. But what I'm trying to do is wake men up. Look at where you're investing. Look at where you're having children. Look at who you're rewarding. If you're rewarding the wrong women, why do you then complain that women have gotten bad?
So then where does the sex worker end up at the end of the day? At the end of their life? If it's all good?
Yeah. The thing is, here's the thing that what men don't understand. They think, oh, but she's going to end up alone and she's going to be miserable and she's going to be sad. You've got to understand something about sex workers. Usually, they don't measure life success based on having a committed marriage. They measure life success of having no financial stress. So when you say, oh, she's losing in life in the long run, blah, blah, she's like, okay, I'll lose in my mansion. No worries. I'll cry in my Lamborghini. No worries. I'll sob as I drop the kids to private school. No worries. They measure life success so differently. So when you're trying to put them down and say, oh, well, you're going to end up alone, they don't care about ending up alone. They just don't want to end up with financial debt. Now, but unfortunately, ending up alone is something we all risk. Man, woman, children, not good woman, bad woman, we all have that risk. It's not as simple as only sex workers end up alone. They might end up with somebody, but even if they end up alone, they'll still be ending up successfully alone. So, so it's just like that insult no longer lands. It's like, okay, cool, I'll end up alone in my yacht
or whatever
with my millions, yeah. And I'm not saying that's the answer.
I just like
but some people measure life
something,
success so differently.
What she has said there reminds me of Star Trek: The Next Generation. I think was a season 6 two-parter, Chain of Command, when Picard is tortured by Gul Madred in regards to Madred's daughter, in which Cardassian daughter bred to devalue people. And Picard talks about if a child can learn to devalue others, they can devalue anyone, including their own parents. And I think that's a great way that they basically, the next generation of these decadent and corrupt people will condemn what created them. And another point is that Picard said her belly may be full in regards to Madred's daughter, but her spirit will be empty. Essentially, if you change it around a bit, the full belly, which means eat, it could be exchanged for wealth, so lots of money. You may have lots of money, but you have no soul. You have no spirit. You have no origin. You were conceived through decadence and corruption, and you benefit from said decadence and corruption. I mean, these people who exploit one or more of the 7 deadly sins and then create those who are a product of that decadence and corruption. I mean, those young people, and young people love to rebel, will then criticize their not descendants, their parents, especially if they're all single mothers, for being these decadent and corrupt whores, which would then foster a whole new Puritan generation and creates a cycle, and that cycle exists in history, which then creates a coil. Yeah. That's what I think history is. It doesn't repeat, it rhymes, and that's how we live in a coil that spins towards the future.
No, I agree with that.
And we're the ones being tortured, by the way, to use that chain of command
Differently.
example.
So yes, she might end up alone, but so might the good woman end up alone. But the good woman will end up alone and having to struggle to support the kids. So where are we leaving women?
Could you argue that if these two women were talking to each other, then the good woman per se, quote unquote, would say that, I'm alone with my dignity. I'm alone with my self-respect. Whereas the other one, the sex worker, would be like, who cares? That's just a point of view.
This is how the conversation usually goes. Like, I think what happens with good women, they can't understand for the life of them how you would let a man you're not attracted to, you're not interested in, touch you. Whereas a sex worker, her mindset is, how on earth would you allow a man that doesn't spend money on you to touch you? So they have different versions of investment. One will think that I can't let somebody not attractive or I'm not attracted to touch me. The other one will think I can't let somebody who's not spending money on me, who's broke, who's not going to call me the next day anyway, I'm not letting him touch me. Are you mad? So they just measure dignity differently. And this is, again, not me advocating for either or, but I'm just letting you know what the mindset is. The one person's mindset is, I want a man that loves me. The other man's mindset is, I want a man. Love is what? In this day and age, no one's going to get love. I might as well get security. So and this is why, because love is
just
now
like to
and
say, Angus, a fitting punishment for all these money grabbing creatures is that we take all of their value, like say they have £1 million, and then we get all the pennies we can, or cents as you Yankees call it, and then put them into bags adding up to 1 million and see if they float in the Atlantic. The more money they have, the less chance they have of floating, obviously. And that could be, like a test of their worth in the eyes of nature, because nature doesn't value money, and it clearly supports that mindset when you've got $1 million worth of cents wrapped all around you and you're sinking to the bottom of the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean. Just to purify this idea that money is the root of all good, when it is in fact the root of all evil. And I think that would be a just punishment.
I don't have anything to say about that. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's like, just take all of your savings, Angus, and then turn them all into like cents and see how heavy your bag is. Would you be able to carry that kind of weight in terms of money? And say you had $100,000 in savings. Could you carry all of that in pennies, like little copper coins or whatever you guys have? You wouldn't be able to. And you bear that weight on your conscience for the rest of your life. And these whorish creatures do that because there's no spirit to them. There's no soul to them. They will literally ride that money wave until they grow old, shrivel up, and die. So there we go.
I don't know.
That was more of a statement than a question, Angus. So I didn't really expect a response. It's fine.
And long-term relationships are now becoming a thing of the past. So the sex worker is she's almost like light years ahead, because she's like, well, you're going to end up alone, I'm going to end up alone, but I'm going to end up with more in the bank and not have to worry how my kids get on. So sadly, we've tipped it, because marriages are not working, we've tipped it in favor of the people who are utilizing their body.
So then,
is that a really sad reality? Is that a really sad reality?
It is extremely sad.
I'm so negative today. I'm so sorry, but it's just what I've noticed. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've noticed that too, and I think it also goes tandem with the men in today's culture too. And I want to take it to the whole red pill thing that's on the rise today, and how men are talking about, I want a woman with a low body count. So those are the men that would claim to never go for the escort or the woman with the high body count. But in reality,
they're liars. They're liars.
Oh my.
Damn it.
Impulsive liars.
Hold on. Let me look at the chat. Is this the... Wait, I don't think that's the real... Zero. AJ was saying I wasn't advocating for stopping or outlawing. I was saying that despite always been here, it wasn't as available until more modern tech. Yeah, I think ultimately there's two factors. Well, there's a couple factors to the problem. with this being a demographic of substance now. That is the technological pervasiveness. How do we rectify new advances in technology with our still archaic animal hardware that is
Well,
not advanced to adjust?
Well, as I said before, Angus, considering the rate of technological innovation, the whole sex industry is going to collapse because of the programs I mentioned earlier. Because at the end of the day, nice titties are a bunch of zeros and ones for these software programs, because they'll analyze all your data, they'll analyze all your tastes and all your desires that you search on your computers and phones, and then they'll take all the best bits of it, put it together, and create something that you won't want to escape from and give all your money to, while all those human-based sex workers will be out of a job, and then the entire industry collapses, or it goes virtual, and whoever controls the program gets the coin. So I honestly see an age within my lifetime where more people will be out of work than in of work. That's what I think.
No, Toto Man 666. It's Star Siri. I think this is the interview that got him a lot of heat recently. I think she's a psychologist that apparently he has had sessions with himself. And he's interviewing her about widespread, a wide cacophony of issues all intertangled together. It's women, OnlyFans, Red Pill, trust, and whatnot. I think maybe they say something about Star Wars in this as well, that he was using to be like, see, he's gotten heat for talking about like poser fans. So essentially talking about like OnlyFans type people and the cosplayers, all these like fake geek girls infiltrating Star Wars fandom.
Because they see a gap in the market. It's quite simple.
Yeah. Well, I've said this years ago. I think you maybe mentioned when we hung out for your stream. You know, you got to gatekeep. This is what happens. And it all boils down to generally speaking, keep women out of your fandoms. It's very obvious who is like a longtime fan or an actually interested fan that's a female who has some sort of masculine qualities to her interest, be it from being raised as like a daddy's girl that maybe she didn't have brothers, or she had brothers that influenced her to have this kind of boyish interests, or it's her own proclivity that she has more masculine interests, because all these franchises have worked by appealing to male fantasy. When you start trying to dissuade that and cater to a foreign demographic that it has never appealed to, you end up just losing revenue across the board, because women, you know, it's men that are buying all the, ultimately, whatever art is in these films, these are also promotions to buy the merch. So it's men, generally speaking, that are going to buy, like myself. You see behind me when I stream with the camera on, I got, you know, these $500 statues, you know, toys on my wall.
Well, I personally think, Angus, that in this day and age, the things that are going to survive in the future are going to be things that don't need a dime to keep it going, because we're at that tipping point where a new age is on the horizon. And the establishment's got their plan, and we don't have a plan for that change. We think it's all going to stay the same, when the pace of technology proves that is not going to be the case. And to me, I've prepared with Reality Base to operate with a budget of 0, and that's why I'll keep on going and keep on growing. Unfortunately, Angus, it's hit midnight in the UK, so I'm gonna have to leave you and your long 5 to 6 hour show, which is a shame, because I had a good talk. And you're more than welcome back on Reality Based for a good talk.
Let's figure it out. It's just hard, my schedule, to plan week to week.
Well, that's fine. I'm sure we'll keep spots open. Now, folks, you stay and watch this stream, because this is a very interesting topic. I have to go because it's late for me. But I'm sure you will enjoy Angus's perspective. And from what I've seen of him, he can more than handle a show on his own, because this man needs a good 3-hour talk just to get warmed up. I mean, you've seen his shows? It's like 4, 5, 6 hours. My goodness. He has an endurance that very few fellow creators have. And that, to me, is a commendable attribute to have. So hopefully you have a great show, Angus, and you all have a great time watching. So
well, thank you, Roger. Yeah, I'll just kick you so there's no delay. You get into bed. Go sub to Ryan Roger FA. This link's in the description. You can follow him on Twitter as well. I don't have the link for that, but I'm sure you can find it through his channel. But let's continue, and I'll interact through the chat. If any of you want to come on, I'll put the link in. We can freeform this if you wish. Here you go, and we will continue.
Because here's the thing with the red pill community, I want a low body count, low body count. But at the same time, simultaneously, they'll have a high body count or want that, or they'll watch a lot of pornography, one or the other. Now, the moment you have a high body count, you are no longer sexually compatible with somebody with a low body count. The red pill community sets men up so badly for long-term relationships. It tells men you have to have a high body count. Cool, they go out and have a high body count, but you have to be with a virgin. Okay, but when they go out into the real world, after they've had a high body count, they are not sexually compatible with a virgin. They are so easily bored by a virgin. They don't know how to work a virgin. They don't have the patience to teach a virgin how to behave in a way that they are pleased with. So they always end up, maybe they'll marry a good woman. They'll go straight to the escorts when they want their pleasure, because they cannot be emotionally and sexually compatible with a virgin, because a true virgin who's good, who's genuinely good, wouldn't select a man that's been sleeping around. So he probably has to fake it to get that good woman. And then while he's being fake, he needs a very promiscuous woman to serve his genuine needs. So he ends up either being married to a good woman and then using escorts on the side. So escorts are still getting the better end of the deal because they see the real you, whereas your wife sees a fake you. Or they end up, I can't be with a virgin. I'm no longer compatible. So they end up with just promiscuous women. So a high body count makes it impossible for you to be a good husband.
I see. High body count for the man or for the woman?
Yeah, for the man. Because,
I
like I said, yeah, you're only compatible with.
Oh, what was that? Let's see if I can catch that. I don't know if y'all noticed that. Let me see. Scroll.
So a high body count makes it impossible for you to be a good husband.
I see. High body count for the man or for the woman?
Yeah, for the man. Because
he sees his eyes get larger. He's like, oh, fuck. Uh-oh. Star Wars Theory, is he getting around? Was that what that look was? Let me know in the chat what you think of that.
like I said, yeah, you're only compatible with promiscuous. Once you slipped around with a lot and you've done a lot, what happens is you're only promiscuous with other promiscuous women. If you're a man who wants one night stands or lots of women, the only women that are okay with that are very, very promiscuous. What are promiscuous women like? You can do what you want on the first night. You can explore, you can be as adventurous as possible without any commitment. Now, compare that to a virgin or a traditional woman. You're not getting to do that with her. So you have to suppress who you truly are to impress that virgin or that good woman, and then express who you truly are with the escorts. And where do they feel most comfortable? Where they can be themselves. So they're more likely to end up with those kind of women.
But are those real relationships, or are they more of a transaction?
They're an ego-based relationship. They're where two people are meeting each other's external desires and not actually looking to commit or invest in each other genuinely. We're only investing in each other for as long as you please my desires and pleasure me. But actually compatibility, they tend not to have that as much. Not so much compatibility, because they're actually quite compatible because their values are quite skewed. But actual loyalty, the actual loyalty is skewed. Yeah, their loyalty is ruined, yeah.
I see. So it kind of everything just goes. So then how do we get things back on track? How do we get things back to,
it's so hard, but the number one thing is to reduce pornography. I promise every man I've met that struggles with women. And, I'll have clients that say to me, I've been dating girls for about 6-7 years. I've been single for 6 years. I just can't meet the one. I just say, are you watching porn? And they'll say, why? Why is it? I'm like, that's why. Because you're watching porn. And as a result, you don't learn the patience that it takes to create an actual sexual intimacy. You don't learn the skills for it. And you don't see the point of being with a woman when you can just satisfy yourself in your room. So every problem men face, whether they can't find a relationship, whether they can't connect, whether they end up being manipulated manipulated by a woman, whether they end up struggling talking to women and they get a real intense fear of rejection. Every problem, I can almost trace it to pornography. So if you can limit your pornography, what it actually does to you is it clears your lens. You can genuinely go into the real world, talk to women as if they're just human beings. You're not thinking of them of this wild sexual experience, just human beings. You talk to them like normal. You don't have this intense fear of them because you don't see them as highly promiscuous. You just see them as normal people. And more so than anything, you don't idolize sex. The moment a man is okay with or without sex, he can take it or leave it, but you can't manipulate him through sex. He's a powerful man. Women respect that. But when a woman knows she can manipulate him through sex, she can no longer respect him, and he can't make good judgments.
That's for you, AJ. Stop being a furry degenerate. Sorry, degenerate adjacent. Fuck with you, AJ. If you're still, hey, yeah, you're still on. Yeah. Hop on if you want. I threw the link out there for you. Yeah, exactly. Reduce it. That's why I've gotten into Hellenism. It's because of like the Delphic maxims. I think one of the first ones, or one of the prime ones for sure, is know thyself. And for me, how I internalize that is know my deficiencies and adjust accordingly. Try to mitigate what causes my deficiencies. And it's a struggle. It sucks worse when you are aware and you still indulge in your deficiencies. There's more self-loathing. You know, when I used to be Catholic, I think this is just my personality. When I used to be Catholic and I go to confession, instead of going to the screen, hiding my face, I was trying to get the full impact of the confessional. So I would go on the side where I'd have to like sit across from the priest and look him in the eye and be like, "Heavenly Father, for I've sinned, I've done this naughty thing." Try to embrace the shame to have the further impact. I think whatever religion you're in, if you embrace the shame properly, not to self-flagellate or something, but to try to work on yourself, I think that's real impact.
His penis will decide who he falls in love with. So if you can remove pornography from a man's world as soon as possible and as early as possible, the better it is for you.
But if then his penis is kind of controlling him, then wouldn't you say the escort could easily control any man?
She
and sort
does.
of make them completely blindsided.
She does. There's very few escorts that will come out of an experience without having, broken up a marriage or without having a man almost bankrupt. Most escorts you speak to, particularly high-end ones, will tell you, this guy left his wife and I don't even like him. Or this guy had to sell his watch to pay for my flights. I don't even like him. There's very few escorts that have not come across men that they cannot totally manipulate in every way, shape or form. Yeah, so they know this. Yeah. Whereas when you take like a wholesome
I'm picking on Star City, but some of his like contemplation is bothering, just like, oh man, I got a lot to work on. It just might be me reading too deeply into him, just like taking in this like insight. But if you're personalizing the insight with his reactions, it makes it a little more fun. Let me know if you agree.
Might not be that promiscuous. She won't have a string of men that have bought her Chanel bags and have taken her on holidays. She won't have that because her route to attachment isn't through his penis. So the men can stay sane in their judgment because the penis hasn't interfered with their judgment calls. So because her route is maybe through care and connection and love, he can make more sane decisions. But if the route through attachment is through the penis, it's
only $35, Richie Dupe. That's not even worth a handy. Quit being poor.
It's insane stupidity that creates connection, unfortunately.
So what would you say is the best way for young men, especially today, to get a hold on that?
Perfect time that you popped in, because let me rewind it just a few seconds. Tim, I'll introduce you. I'll listen to that question again he asked. What's up, Tim?
Nice. What up, man? Yeah, I was in the gym earlier when I got on, but just got back, so I'm here to hang out for a little bit.
Hell yeah. Have you hung out with Abomination, AJ?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been on his stream, and he's been on my
Nice.
stream, too. Yep.
I'm trying to get back into the swing of YouTube. As you've seen, it's been working out a little bit for me this last few weeks. I'm on the rise.
Yeah, dude. You're killing with that Ripa stuff, man. People are eating that up, man. That's like all the buzz right now.
Well, what's great is like you've been here when I got like almost no one watching. This is like heartfelt. This is my true passion right now. And it's just, oh man, it's like perfect. It's like if you're like a Warhammer nerd, and then Henry Cavill's doing Warhammer, and then pew, you can like rise from that. I don't give a fuck about Warhammer, so I will only engage it from the show, just because it's such. I know it's such an intensive franchise. I will never. That's just a distraction for me trying to get into it. So it's just let me stay out of it unless it's in film. But what's going on with you, Tim? I've seen you hit 3K. What have you been doing to boost yourself lately?
Basically, this is something I should have been doing a long time ago, but basically doing live streams at least once a week and chopping up the clips. So I at least have at least one clip for every day. So I dropped a couple clips today. And so we'll probably end up doing another big Star Wars stream on Friday because more news just keeps dropping, like the Rolling Stones article. And
I'm so behind on Star Wars news.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you've kind of seen the director drama with the Shamin Bade Shinoy. This kind of deals with it. That's what they're commenting on in this interview. Yeah. And then there's a lot of like, is the Rey movie canceled? Is it not canceled? Now they're offering like rumors out. Yeah. Now Daisy Ridley's been offered like 12.5 million reportedly. So like, what's going on? And then they announced a Mando and Grogu movie out of nowhere. So like before the Rey movie. So yeah, it's chaos this past 2 weeks for Star Wars. So like, I'm kind of eating it up. And then like with this theory drama, I plan on covering the Rolling Stone stuff. I haven't covered that yet, but then the Bad Batch and everything else going on. So yeah, it's exciting time.
Yeah, 1 second. I heard, I'm assuming AJ pop in. I'm just trying to update the description so people can sub you in the future if they wish. I'm trying to make that a priority for my streams when I have guests on. I've been a bad host. So bear with me 1 second. I'm trying to get to the right tab.
Yeah, that man, the Van Guyver stuff. I've been watching his channel since you've been covering it. The last stream that you did, I actually watched most of that interview before you were like covering it. Because like he's been like live streaming almost like every night. He has like a new show called like dedicated to Ripa. So like I do want to like see what the hype is all about as far as like at least with the first ISOM issue. But
you can read it for free. So if you don't want to, you can I can get you in contact to be able to read it for free.
Ooh, okay.
Because I saw you looking like, oh, $16.99. Let me add this as well here. Boom. Everyone go sub to Tim. All right. What's up, Abomination AJ?
Hello, bro. I'm in the room.
You're all right. Me and Tim will continue while you're wait, did I? Oh, okay. Yeah, continue, Tim. What were you saying?
Oh yeah. So yeah, I definitely want to look into that. People have been covering it, and I want to give my kind of opinion on it, I guess, if people would be interested in that. Just so I have a kind of an opinion on it, and just to see like what the fuss is about, and see if it's actually really good, really bad, or kind of in the middle. Because I've heard it from both sides. Like some people, I don't know whether to believe or not, but like I've heard it, from you. And then I've heard it from some of my other buddies I've streamed with, kind of say it's mediocre. But I've heard like other people give like full dedicated videos, edited videos.
Wait, really quick, Tim. Really quick. I don't know what's going on when I grab someone's channel. It keeps doing this to me. All right, so let me copy this and see if it goes to Roger's channel.
I'm back now, though.
Yeah, okay. This is what's weird. I don't know if you've had this problem if you update guests on your description, but all right, so I gotta delete that and add Roger.
No, I didn't have a problem. You was my only guest, my last guest.
Well, no, there's a problem on if you're updating your stuff with the link. Like if you put it in your description, it'll give you like that @ thing to click, and so I click it to think that's like confirming the link, but then it's like that goes nowhere. And so I have to keep updating this. Let me try it again.
Man, fuck it. Do that shit later.
Yeah, do it after. Sure. I would say.
All right. But yeah, let's dig more into this stream.
His penis. So the men can stay sane in their judgment because the penis hasn't interfered with their judgment calls. So because her route is maybe through care and connection and love, he can make more sane decisions. But if the route through attachment is through the penis, it's insane stupidity that creates connection, unfortunately.
So what would you say is the best way for young men, especially today, to get a hold on that?
Don't allow your penis to make any decisions. And how you do that is you train it to control itself. You've got to remember that's the part of your body that creates life. Yeah, that's
like
the
How to
part of
Train
your body.
Dragon.
Yeah, it's really hard. I would have no idea, but I am always curious why men say that their penis is a separate body. It's like that. But what I would say is, if you can control your private parts create children. It's the most important organ you have. Now, if you frivolously give it to everybody and anybody, and any woman can access that, you're essentially you're ruining the value of it. But when you realize that this is actually relatively sacred, and I don't want my private parts to get used to a really sensationalized version of sex, and I don't want them to get, because it's not sustainable for it. So I actually want to control it as much as possible, because once you master that, everything else becomes easy. And what I mean by mastering it is not being somebody who can't access women as a result, doesn't sleep with a lot, or it's somebody who, even when pornography is available, even when Instagram girls are available, even when a girl is, he knows who to direct his energy to and who not to. It's really developing that self-control.
And so how do you...
Any thoughts on that?
Yo, Black Angus. Yo, why we listening to a woman talk about what men need to be doing, man? Why we letting this broad send us over to the red pill movement?
See, I think impersonation is the best form of flattery. You got a little thing there. It's not bad. It's not a bad BVS you got going on, like hold the truth hostage. So that could be a little bit you do for streams or something.
I'm a character, man. We'll see this Tony stream tonight, man. I'm about to have fun.
Hell yeah. We'll incorporate some of that. That'll be fun for your fans.
I will let you come on, but I feel like more people, it'll just make it go longer. And the conversation seems like it was 2-3 hours.
Yeah, when I clipped it, I was like, all right, how long was this? And then it's like, wow, it was like a 3-hour bit out of the stream. It was like half the stream. And it's funny because I don't know if it's Moral or someone in the chat at the time was like, when are we gonna get on the Voluntariist? So that was kind of like one of the cells of the stream. Is like, oh, let's react to this fucking these SJW bits by this guy. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't, this was unexpected. I'm engaging this.
You got good numbers off that stream.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to like organically start getting a bit of a reward for sticking to it on YouTube.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not watching numbers. I'm just saying, like, you was like, oh shit, like they're in here. I just hopped on and had a conversation because Tony genuinely intrigues me. He's a special kind of retarded. And then seeing the whole other cast y'all had, man. We're not talking about that though, but it is I guess cool to see that I'm new to you, like being real familiar with you. You were just, before another guy on YouTube with an icon that I think hated Ripper or some shit. But now it's like, okay, I know I'm gonna talk to him. It's nice to see people you cool with grow.
Yeah. Yeah, same for you. Yeah, I don't know. How I am on stream is more or less like meeting me in person. I'm not any different. There's no I don't have a character as of yet. Maybe if the chat grows and influences me, it'll mind hack me. But thus far, I am organically based and grown. Part of the stream with this theory talk, I didn't know what to expect because I didn't know how much of it would be focused on this versus Star Wars. But I'm assuming, as Tim said, this will get into the Star Wars aspect, which is the hook I'm looking for.
Yeah. And by the way, it's like the last couple minutes, to be honest. Like it's yeah.
All right, let me find that. I think because he clipped it on his channel, but I thought let me get like the less adulterated form. Let's go to Star Wars theory.
Yeah, I thought you might have had a lady to break your heart or something, Black Angus.
No, I'm pretty solid, pretty self-sufficient. But no, I am into red pill talk stuff because I think it's probably the most pertinent when we're talking about societal issues. Even though most people get into it because relationships failing or whatnot, or trying to like figure out what is the code to like get women in bed or whatever. That's how most guys get into it. I got into red pill because of Comics Explained. He has a well, he has I think at least 3 channels now, but he had a secondary channel that was more personal called According to Rob, and it's still up. I don't know how often he'll post on it anymore. But he did one about Frame, and he mentioned the Rational Male book, Rollo Tomassi. So I'm like, I looked into who that was, and I found Rollo when he was maybe like 10K subs. So he had like his little niche, but he wasn't like, even though he's like kind of the godfather of this rhetoric, hadn't really had like the success on YouTube, but like he just started taking off by covering like Tommy Lauren and Will Smith and shit. And I think he's kind of stuck in the game as much as everyone else. He's still got a lot more truth to say versus idiots like Fresh and Fit that are paying thoughts to be on panel to get eyes on, or like whatever cast, which they have value, but I see through it. I see through like, oh, clearly you've like, whatever commentary you have, you're using what you're bemoaning to get eyes on, and this is maybe just the unfortunate reality of like people aren't going to engage if there's not a sight to see. But yeah, I got into it because of the Comics Explained, of all people, got me into watching Red Pill content. Yeah, so let me see, where's the video?
I think I got into it. I want to say Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, him too. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels.
What a sad loss, man. He's like, you average at best.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin Samuels is hilarious.
Yeah, I watched
great.
I watched the Red Pill stuff because I see the need for mentors for men.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, man, those dudes say a lot of good things, but I think it is probably shrouded in a bunch of bullshit, some more than others. Fresh and Fit was one of my first videos talking about them dudes.
I'm gonna look at that because I hate Fresh and Fit. They're phony as fuck. There was some video I saw recently. It was like a synopsis of Red Pill and Incel and whatnot. And they mentioned like Andrew Tate, Rollo Tomassi. And it's more or less, I would say, given what I gather, the political slant of the channel, is pretty fair, objective video. That was definitely addressing like, well, there's a reason these guys have gotten big, regardless if you agree with them or not. There's a reason men are seeking out their commentary. And it was just interesting because it's talking about, I didn't know this, but like apparently Fresh and Fit like sells this shit, don't pay for pussy, but then he's literally getting rejected because he can't afford Sugar Baby's allowance and stuff. So it's like, I already didn't like him, didn't like his style, but now it's like, fuck that fraud.
Who was him? Because there's 2 of them. Which one are you talking about?
I'm assuming the main guy, Myron's the main one.
Light skinned dude.
Yeah, I tell him. I hate phonies, dude. I hate people that like talk a big game about themselves, and I'm listen to me how to live life, and it's like, you're a fraud. That I hate that shit.
He too emotional for me.
Oh, that too.
He's a dick on his shows, man. He goes like, man, yeah. Like I watch them periodically. I watch Jordan Peterson. I'll watch whatever podcasts like every now and then. What I take from it is like I use it
Jordan
kind of as a guide.
Him? Are you saying does Jordan Peterson count? Like, are you saying he's Red Pill or just like male mentor?
No, he's not Red Pill. I think he's like well balanced, and I just like the way he speaks, like philosophically, and he provides logic and like stats, and just like he's very well spoken, and it's nice to listen to him. He's not like intense like them, but like I think they're funny, but to be full on Red Pill, I think it's ridiculous because I feel like they're WWE. I feel like they play it up to like this extreme, unrealistic extreme, and what they're doing is to combat like this hoe nation that's going on with the OnlyFans and girl boss stuff. And yeah, that's a counterbalance, but I think long term, no one's gonna be happy at the end of the day, and not every woman's gonna be like that. So yeah, I just pick and choose like what I want from them. I'm just like, okay, this I see what you're saying on this, but this other part, not so much. That's way too extreme to have 3 girlfriends or 3 wives or whatever, like Myron's talk about. And like he's like, that's the only way you keep them in check, man. You gotta have options and all that. And so, but I believe the entrepreneur stuff. I think that stuff is good, but yeah, the other stuff not so much.
I like Alex Jones. Like he's definitely sensational, and he works that to his advantage to get eyes on. But then at the end of the day, he's kind of stuck in a system that's controlled by established enterprises, and so he kind of has to make memes out of himself to get eyes on. He's a mixed bag, unfortunately, because there's a whole supplement stuff where it's like maybe it's like sufficient, but it's overpriced vitamins. It's I feel bad for Alex Jones because he's been shellacked for like essentially one legitimate like false reporting that he has repeatedly apologized for, and they're trying to like cancel him. Regardless if you like him or not, I think there's you want someone like him available, and he's a stepping stone for establishment control. If you take him out, then it's like you're getting further and further down the list of gradients you can be authentic. So even if you hate Alex Jones, I think you should still, if you value integrity, journalist integrity and whatnot, you need him in the sphere and people like him.
What about the do y'all know this guy named the Saint and the Sinner?
No.
Is he on YouTube?
Yes. If you like drama, he bring it. Do you know DJ Academics, Black Angus?
No.
I would say probably not, because he's like really into black like hip hop culture. I heard you say you didn't like that or not into it as much. That dude's funny, man. I'll see.
Oh wait, yeah, I've seen this guy, his whatever clip.
I know him.
Yes, with Adam 22. Yes.
Oh, dude, he roasted those people good, or just like the whole, yeah.
So yeah, that's what I mean. If you into like somebody who's intense and will talk shit to somebody's face, and the way he does it, like with an intelligence behind it, like he's that guy.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna subscribe because I never like looked into who he was, but I did. I resonated with that clip, even though I think it's effective because it's so harsh, but it's like I think I think his commentary is a bit as dehumanizing as the commentary about OnlyFans models stuff, dehumanizing them because they are sex workers, so they're just invalid in a lot of people's eyes. And it's like I don't think that's a good approach either. But the things he said are worthwhile, and so it's very interesting to me. There's I guess more of a diplomatic way, not just because they're women or because we're in a feminized society now, but I think there is you'll get the clicks and views off of a commentary like that style, but I think he needs to take a more academic approach to like long form what he's talking about.
So he actually does, and I don't want to call him a grifter, despite what some people believe. If I don't know some shit, I won't speak on it confidently, or as if it's accurate. He makes videos. He does a lot of long form content where he's sitting there talking to the people. I would say giving knowledge, just like we said, all these dudes do. You take the with the meat and you spit out the bone. But he has like some course. All these dudes got a fucking course that they selling.
So that's a big red flag, honestly. Like, check out my course. And it's like, if you're really confident, just put it out on YouTube and people will super chat you.
Yeah, but I mean, he has all of that. Again, man, I think it is too much drama with him, or I'm not gonna say he's an ankle biter, but I have seen him with guys who were bigger, that were more well known, and he will sit there and react to the stream all fucking week of like an interaction that he might have had with somebody. But it seems like he stands on what he believes, because he was saying that you remember that part when Adam like got up and he was like, I asked you when I pulled up, did you want the fade? that means a fight. Okay. he pulled up with intention to fight, if need be. And yeah, so I was like, okay, well, you talk this shit to Adam face.
No, this is interesting because it's like Roll's kind of got the red pill talk, and it's like bifurcated in all these different factions. And I see like my For You, the first thing that pops up is debate invitation, red pill's poison. So it's like he's saying the same things generally, conceptually, but then it's like he's going at Rollo, who's kind of like the big face. or one of the big faces. So it's like interesting.
So-
Definitely
so
intrigued.
I actually watched that stream and Rolo was on it, and I think it was just a clickbait title. He did have criticisms of the red pill movement, but he doesn't claim to be a red pill guru or anything. So what Baki say? Yeah, probably Manosphere. I don't know too much about it, but I do listen to, people who speak.
Yeah.
And I came to these guys.
Well, the big problem with someone like Andrew Tate, regardless of his like illicit activities that are alleged and argued, and being legally pursued, so there must be some substance, regardless of that. Conceptually, like they're saying things that have a lot of truth to them. How you proceed with them, like spinning plates is a classic Rolo thing. I remember in high school, my English teacher said like, "Oh, you should date lots of people," and you hear date, you think sex. I was like, "What? What are you telling us?" And she's like, "No, I'm not saying like have sex with everybody. Like you should like date multiple people. Get a range. Figure out what works. It's like, oh, okay." And so it's like my view of like red pill commentary is that it's a lot of psychology and biological awareness, evolutionary psychology awareness. It's all about there's a reality regardless of how you're going to utilize it, and that's the value of these guys. Is do you hear me? We lost AJ.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I saw him go. I'm like, oh crap, my internet crashed. Let me see. If I kick him, he can come back with the link, right?
Yeah, he should be able to.
Okay, because I don't know what
I'm
happened.
still here.
Yeah, you're still here. Anyway, we'll get back to that if AJ comes back in. Let's dig more into this specific clip that I wanted to get into before the alien.
Hey guys, welcome to the video. Going viral lately again on Twitter, on X, and it's all about my newest episode that I had with Sadia Khan, relationship expert and psychologist, on my relationship talking channel, which is called Theory Talks. We have live streams every single night. You can check it out. So right at the end of the video, about an hour in, I asked her a Star Wars question, the only Star Wars question. Everything else is all about relationships and dating and whatever. And I posted this clip on my Twitter, which I'll show you guys. So if you're not following me on Twitter, go ahead and do that. I have a new Twitter now. My old one had about 160K followers. Deleted it last summer, 2 summers ago, and now I started a new one, so you can follow me there. Ooh, where is it? And there's a whole bunch of people sharing this around and not providing any context or any sort, well, not even context, but any link backs or anything, but that's typical. So I asked her a question regarding the new, well, you can watch actually. So
okay, go ahead. I've never seen Star Wars in my life.
No, it relates to what we're so once.
Yeah, it's oh my god, I can't get away.
Darn it.
Disney took over Star Wars, they started to change the whole infrastructure around and really, kind of dog the men and focus on the women a lot, in the sense where there wasn't much training and this and that. There's a new director for one of the Star Wars movies, and she says it's about time that a woman come in and shape the Star Wars movies and galaxy. And it's causing a huge uproar on the internet. So many people are saying this is ridiculous. We've had women in the Star Wars galaxy before. And other people are saying, well, people's egos that are having a problem with this are very fragile and their masculinity is fragile. What's your overall consensus when a female director wants to come in and reshape something and say, it's plant that flag that, hey, I'm a woman and hear me roar, here is my way of making this sort of franchise, which is already established, now something that's feminine dominant or female dominant, whatever it might be, instead of just a good story.
Yeah, I think what happens particularly in Western cultures where women have it so easy, but they pretend they're not. What happens with women who generally have it quite easy, they enjoy victimhood because that's the only way that they can feel part of other people's struggle. What makes human beings feel alive is when they're a bit struggling, when they're going through something, when they've gone through a bit of trauma, they've gone through something, it makes them feel alive. What's happened with women in the Western world particularly is because there is no real oppression, but they want to be a victim so bad because victimhood is just a way of kind of shortcutting sympathy. Everyone it's a shortcut entitlement. You get what you want without having to earn it because you just happen to be a victim. So what happens is they want to start finding places where they can be a victim and then transform it so that they can become a hero. So what they'll do is say, oh, we need more women in this particular sport. Nobody watches them. Nobody wants women in there, but they'll just stamp their authority so they can be a local hero. Then we need more women in Star Wars. No, we don't. Women don't even watch Star Wars. They don't even care about it. It's a man's little thing. Let them have it. But they want to be like, oh, there's such a deprivation. We got to be in it so they can be a mini hero. When you don't have anything outside of your gender as a way of being proud of yourself, you use your gender as a shortcut for entitlement and heroic stances. So I would just say, unfortunately, it is the norm in Western cultures to kind of over-identify with your gender and then over-identify with victimhood. It's a way of getting a shortcut to being a hero. And as a result, it's just there to design. And also what it does is keeps the power in the hands of the women. And whenever you redirect power entirely to women, just like if it was entirely to men, it creates an unhealthy society. If the power is totally in men's hands, it would be unhealthy. If it's totally in women's hands, it's also unhealthy. But what we're doing is, I remember like in an environment, I did a talk and it was a mainly Gen Z, a very young generation. I couldn't believe how feminine the men were. Everybody looked androgynous. I couldn't believe. And I just, you would just take the normal 18-year-old boy, would have been considered as a really feminine man years and years ago. They would have seen him as like super feminine, or they would have just assumed he's homosexual. In this day and age, that's just how the men are come. So they've lost the masculinity. Yeah. And so what's happening is the culture is creating the very men women will not desire in the future. By doing this, you're going to create a bunch of men that you will no longer be sexually attracted to. And as a result, you'll be more miserable in the long run.
Well, so there's her remarks on, and by the way, when she says women aren't watching Star Wars, she's never seen Star Wars herself. And typically,
what do you think of all that, Tim?
Yeah. So someone sure on TikTok, exactly what she said here happened on TikTok. There's amount of women on TikTok and Instagram that I'm friends with, and it was all over them playing that like 7-second clip of her saying women don't belong in Star Wars and all that, with not watching like the whole clip or seeing the context. And there was a lot of women saying, "Oh, I'm so sick and tired of this," and playing this clip with them of all their Star Wars stuff, and just kind of playing victim and calling Theory, even though he didn't even say anything, calling him a misogynist. I think obviously Star Wars is for everyone, but I even did like a poll, and there's a couple websites. There's a poll done in March 2023 showing like predominantly there are more Star Wars fans that are guys than women. And I don't understand why it's such a controversial thing to say. Like there's more Star Wars fans than in this than girls, or there's more Barbie fans, that are women rather than guys. I don't understand like the whole conflict that, and it just kind of shows you how the internet is. They don't do like the research. They take things out of context, and now we're here.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. It's like I love the Barbie movie, and I love it for reasons unintended by the creator, but I enjoy it for like a window into generally, I would say, women's minds and sensibilities in a engaging way with a male character as like a subplot to kind of bring boys in. And I'm not ever thinking this needs to suit me. Most things that are sold to women, I'm not interested in because I'm not a woman. Star Wars is a, even though it's got all these factors to it, it's a man's, it's a boys franchise. That's just how it is. Just like G.I. Joe is for boys. Girls intrinsically on a generalized case by case, they're not interested in what Star Wars is selling, and that's okay. This argument's always only go one way. It only goes towards makes this more X friendly. I was saying this with Roger. I did like a dumb quick stream. I was saying how you need to gatekeep. It's like generally speaking, keep women out of your fan bases. And that is keep women like, yeah, they can cosplay and, have their little grift that links to their OnlyFans or Instagram, whatever. It's fine. We can enjoy looking at it, but like, don't let them have an actual stature in the fandom because they're not real fans. The girls that are fans are either already here and they're not making a fuss because they have proclivity for boy entertainment sensibilities for whatever factor in their life. Or they find it because if they didn't grow up, they find it because they have like a boy centric kind of taste in entertainment, and they're enjoying what is made for boys. Just like there's a big male fandom of My Little Pony. They're not asking to make it male centric. They're enjoying it for it being a girly show for whatever specific reason. Even if it's just like a gateway to Rule 34.
Yeah, that's funny. This is like the second or third time I've heard bronies brought up, like when relating to this. That's great.
To Star Wars?
No,
Well,
like
in,
every
in the
time.
argument about fandoms and men versus women and is it for everybody? It's like, no, it's not. Star Wars is not for everybody. It's intrinsically political, like theory, philosophy, religion, entertainment window. It's got the initial flair and pomp to it with the spectacle, but it's got so much male centric. No one really talks about female philosophers besides like feminist specific, or like Ayn Rand is like the one kind of legitimate outlier I hear thrown around. Philosophy is a male dominated I wouldn't say industry, but like praxeology of thought and whatnot, practice, because men, we like to tear things apart, we like to reverse engineer them, or in the factor of like mechanics or whatever. Men, we can just sit on TikTok and watch all these clips of like how it's made in the industry. Women don't generally care about that. It's like we're thing oriented. Women are like social, they're people oriented. Women can come into Star Wars, see the value of it for whatever facet, but it's for boys. Don't apologize for it. Don't cater. It is what it is.
Well, Black Angus, that's probably because back then they knew to keep their women in their place. They didn't talk. That there was no room for philosophy. I don't even think women could think. Do we have that on record that they could even think? Or were they all hiding in Eric July's warehouse? All right, I'm done.
You're doing pretty good. I want to see you and BVS on a stream together. Just you two. That's fun.
Hopefully it'll just be fun because he was just a troll the whole
time. I kept telling him in the DMs, I'm like, hey man, like I don't think he's interacted like this a lot, so like take it easy.
Who, me?
Yeah, I was telling him that. I'm
No,
like, hey,
bro,
I don't think he's like done like blood sports before on YouTube, so like go easy. Don't lean too heavy into it.
I was on there. I told you I was on with Mad Max, and he had a whole group. And I was in there with them doing the same shit, defending geeks and gamers. And then I was trying to get on with Organized Chaos and Actual Fandom, but they were some hoes. They kept blocking me in the chat because I was on their ass. Amazing Lucas, I got on one of his phone calls, and yeah, that was like call-in stream that he do, and he was acting like a hoe too.
I never liked that guy. So when he did that Ryan Cannell thing, it was like, yeah, he's a racist. And
that's
so,
what it was.
You're a bitch made. Like I never liked that guy. Just the fact he was opening like, what was his stupid opening? I don't know if he still does it, but like, oh my god, or whatever. You don't talk about.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I was like, gay. I wrote him off as soon as I saw his intros. I'm like, fuck that. And then I saw him starting having some intermingling of fandom, and then the Ryan Kindle thing happened. I'm like, I called that shit. It's just all these people that I go against on YouTube, like I see it years in advance, and then somehow, whether you individually or whatnot, or people think it's valid, it's like I got a sense about this stuff. There's things that just like, it might be a dumb little thing that isn't necessarily character reflective, but like it's just no. And then years later, it's like, oh yeah, like Mecha Random, never liked that bitch, and then look where she's at now. Fully exposed, no one fucking likes her.
He said, I got a sense for these things.
Yeah, I really do. I really do have a sense. There's like, I've had very few burns of like me seeking people out and then it blowing up in my face because I just legitimately have like a sense to it. Maybe it's because like I'm an only child, and so there's like certain perceptions I have that only come from that kind of factor. But I've had a good track record of like reading people on ways I can't even explain. Where I'm just like, no, I'm like Coach Tomlin from the Steelers. Like, I play off my gut feeling.
Man, I just hop into stuff because I genuinely do enjoy conversation with opposing views. Like you saw my dudes when they came into your stream, they was like, "Yeah, we hate Ripper, we hate Ripper." I'm like, "Fuckers, bro."
I was like, "These are you guys. What the hell?"
I was like, "Look, back me up, bro. Like, help me out." But no, man. So it's like I like that, and it was funny that once I realized a lot of my people, didn't like or care for those dudes. And I was like, oh shit, I think I've achieved what I sought to do, was get some balanced people. And yeah, man. So the blood sports was cool. It was just me and Tony was, I say, having fun. I don't know how invested he was into the conversation or whatever, but yeah, we were just going at it in the chat. It's like, well, fuck it, it's happening.
Yeah. You've seen this clip, Tim. Is there anything more worth getting into? I think we've maybe fully addressed.
Yeah,
I did have a question to Tim though. Yeah, we've been getting derailed, but because I thought Tim was saying like he doesn't like when they try to put the sexes on it or look at the sexes of the franchise to make a argument. Is that what you were saying, Tim?
No,
what were you saying? My bad.
Basically, I was telling like the therapist, like the problem with a lot of these TikTok chicks or cosplay or e-girls or whatever, I feel like they were falling into her trap. I feel like she only proved exactly what was going on, because all these chicks were kind of playing victim online and they didn't even watch the whole thing of what she was saying. They're playing in, and a lot of this blame was going over Star Wars theory of being a misogynist, and that's why there's a Rolling Stone article that's coming on next, or that got published, and they're kind of saying Star Wars theory was agreeing when he didn't do anything. He just laughed, and then he kind of already addressed it, and he already kind of talked to her that there are girls that are Star Wars fans, but obviously there are more guys that are into Star Wars. But I was just basically kind of agreeing with Star Wars theory and the psychiatrist. But yeah, Star Wars is for everyone, but like we were saying, there are obviously more guys into Star Wars overall, I would say.
Yeah. My whole thing is don't apologize. Don't pussyfoot around. Oh, what I meant to say about like keep women out is like it's a slippery slope. So like once you just what it is, nerd fandoms are male centric because it works off of like male proclivities of like object and problem solving, whatever, D&D, Magic Gathering, Star Wars, lore and games, whatever. It's all like breaking down problems and what are the rules, what are the parameters of the universe, and how do I adjust accordingly if I'm like role playing in it or analyzing characters in the world. But and so you got a sausage fest, and not saying the men are beta, but this is like a beta interest. If we're being like simplistic and generalizing, these are beta interests that are more like mind focused over like brawn and body. And so there's gonna be a natural proclivity of like, oh my god, like there's a girl here, like, hey, let's see if she wants to hang out, she's pretty, so there's kind of like this goon factor, I would say, of hey, let's get a girl in here. And so they bring her in and she's not really interested, and they kind of like lower the standards, try to cater out of just I would say kind of sexual interest clouding the fandom. And then that girl, if she's accepted long enough, she brings her fucking gay friends, and then the gay friends bring their fucking queer and then trans, and it just spills. And then they're like, well, it's like that meme of like, you don't have space for us, you need to have space for us. And it's like, okay. And then eventually they shove out the dominant sector of the fandom saying that they're isolationist and bigots or whatnot. And then it's like, well, we'll make our own space. And they just keep trying to invade the new space that is for like male centricity of generally camaraderie. And this is the problem, because you don't see it go the other way. You don't see men, except for arguably the gender spectrum stuff going on with like sports and everything recently. You don't see men in any facet trying to invade female spaces, because men are truly egalitarian. Even through history with, slavery is a thing, authoritarianism, men intrinsically are authoritarian on a personal or egalitarian on a person-to-person level. We try to treat everyone as an individual person and act accordingly. But women internalize like hierarchy in everything. And, women from an early age learn manipulation, not out of like a nefarious way, but just like this is the role of women, is provisioning. I think this is my interest in sex, is like how it affects like intrinsic goings on of male and female. It's like men have to earn their keep in whatever respect, and so we judge off of that, versus women, their inherent agency is sexual, and so they kind of gauge value off of sex. That's why they'll instantly try to insult you with sex-based insults. Oh, you don't like that? Are you gay? If you don't like a certain woman or think this attract, because it's like this is a standard to measure herself against. So if you don't like that, then she's lower on the totem pole. And so to like neg you is like, well, you're gay, which is funny because women love being friends with the gays. They're the first ones, though, to throw out that as a pejorative against you, which is ironic.
Yeah, they say stuff like incel and all that. And like, here's a good thing, like what you're kind of talking about. Like, there's no war ever fought for like a guy. It's always a guy going after a girl that messes everything up. You've seen like wars start that way. It's always the girl. The girls are the ones that are start wars because you got two competing guys, or one's kind of sleeping around. And we even saw that in Barbie, kind of, they kind of tease that. And then also the fact, I want to harken back in Bob Iger's book, people talk about this too. The reason why Bob Iger wanted to buy, Marvel and Star Wars, because they're essentially like boy brands. Most of their stuff were kind of kiddie and like Disney princess type stuff. And those are things he actually talked about in the book. That's what people.
So he wanted to masculinize Disney.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? That's interesting, given how it's only been like an emasculization going on.
Yeah, that is interesting. It shifted. Like, when did Disney buy Star Wars Marvel? That's like earlier to
2012 or 2012 to 2014. That's like the window for both franchises, Star Wars and Marvel. Well, Lucasfilm and Marvel.
Yep.
Yeah. But I gotta ask both y'all. We'll start with AJ since he's new in here. Which of the two, if you've seen them, is your favorite, Alien or Aliens?
Bro, I've never seen any one of them.
Bro, you gotta watch them, man.
Like, they've been on, it's like pop culture classics. So they'll come on, like, I don't know, TNT. What's them old networks or whatever used to come on?
FX, Spike.
Yeah. So, no, man, I'm not an Aliens or Predator fan.
Oh man, you got to dig into that shit, dude, because they're so good.
I've seen them. I wasn't impressed.
Oh man, it might be an age thing too for you. Like, I grew up with it in the sense of I was interested in the monster, and so I watched. It's funny talking with Rookie for like Star Wars, because we have aged up over the last like 6 years on YouTube and watching critical channels and stuff, not just like in our sphere, but like actual like film critics and stuff. And we've definitely grown him way more so, because I was already kind of predisposed to like what are considered boring films. But like his maturity of like one of his first videos is reviewing War of the Planet of the Apes, and he like hated it, thought it was boring. And then we rewatched it this year, and he's like, oh my God, how could I ever think this was worse than this is so good? Because he's like become more of an adult and interpreting things. That might be a factor at play. I'm not saying it is, but it might be a factor of your interest. It could just actually be not interesting to you. It's not like your entertainment proclivities. But I'm a big Alien fan. I love the Xenomorph. Aliens I've rewatched, and it's amazing, but I just hate how it kind of hijacks the franchise, because Alien is like, it's a B movie, monster movie that is way better than it should be. For like subconscious like horror, like why it's effective outside of like the practical effects and stuff. It's there's like a whole male rape allegory to like the why it's horrific, why it's scary, because it's an alien impregnating almost all men, hijacking their bodies. There's a scientific angle of like it being like a wasp breeding a tarantula, and then it's like eyeless, so that adds to so just a lot of aesthetic things on top. There's so many layers to why Aliens is an effective horror film. And Aliens is brilliant because it's like I can't replicate that and have the same fear, and so he makes it an action movie. But in doing so, they had to make the alien a hive creature to a subservient to a queen. And so just like Stranger Things has the Demogorgon, then in 2 it's like actually they're just a hive. They do the same thing with Alien to Aliens, and it to me really cuts down the agency of the individual xenomorph and its horror effectiveness. Because like the first movie is such a smart creature, and the next one's like, yeah, they're kind of smart, but it's really because the queen's telling them stuff. And that but it is like there's so many things where I'm watching, I'm like, oh, are they going to account for this thing? And then they literally like say it, and it's a factor for the rest of them. I'm like, oh fuck, this is such a smart written movie. But yeah, what about you, Tim? Alien or Aliens?
It's been a while since I've seen them. I know Aliens 3 is trash, dude. But I would say I probably the first one. I think it was something more special and had that magic, and it just felt like more of kind of like the Jaws element, like more of this horror aspect. And then like even like Jurassic Park had a little bit of that. By the time it gets to the second one, it gets too kind of grand. So I would say the first one.
Hell yeah. Yeah, no, it's a weird one because it's like, no, Aliens is fucking amazing. It's just it ruins the creature.
The first one is the only one I saw.
Yeah, no, Aliens is slow burn, and Aliens is like action and way more kinetic. A lot more of the creature directly featured. All right, so Disney, I saw someone cover this. Disney's new Alien movie is set up to make a franchise-changing retcon. So here's some points. Disney's upcoming Alien movie, Alien Romulus, could retcon the franchise's canon by removing the least liked films Aliens 3 and Alien Resurrection. This retcon would allow future films to bring back the original Ripley character without the need for cloning or convoluted explanations. The success of Alien Romulus could pave the way for more action-packed, high-tension films in the franchise while making significant changes to its direction. So Disney's upcoming Alien movie has potential to introduce a franchise retcon. The franchise started with the movie Alien, thanks to its lead Sigourney Weaver, the terrifying villain, the Xenomorph. After the success of the first Alien, there were high hopes for the sequel, and Aliens blew all expectations out of the water. Unfortunately, the third and fourth had bad pacing and lack of tension and shaky tone. The franchise started to get back on track tonally with Prometheus and Alien Covenant receiving mixed reviews from audiences. These films injected excitement back into the Alien fandom, reigniting hope for more movies. In 2022, Disney announced a new movie called Romulus that would take place between Alien and Aliens. This movie has the potential to bring back the action-packed, so due to the movie's place in the chronological order of the Aliens movie, there are many directions that Alien Romulus could go. There's a 57-year gap between Alien and Aliens, leaving a lot of wiggle room for the plot. If the movie takes place closer to the latter film, there's a good chance other sequels will take place after the second film. If so, there's a possibility writers will retcon the franchise, removing the two least liked films from the canon, so to appease a lot of fans. Let's see. Sigourney Weaver's Ripley dies in Alien 3 when she sacrifices herself, jumping into a furnace to prevent the Xenomorph Queen from coming out of her chest. This prevents the character from appearing in any future films, which would have been a massive pitfall. They bring her back from the dead by creating a clone called Ripley 8. Even though she's a clone of Ripley, she has a wildly different personality, a disappointing change. If Alien Romulus removes these two films, they won't be beholden to cloning. While she couldn't appear in Romulus, any installment set after Aliens have the potential to bring back Ripley without coming up with a convoluted explanation. Without the events of Alien 3, Ripley is still alive. The writers simply need to place feature films far enough after Aliens to account for Sigourney Weaver's age. After all, 38 years have passed since the events of Aliens coming out in theaters. Yeah, so that's all we got so far. Let me look at the wiki page real quick. Wikipedia.
I saw the Alien versus Predator movies.
I like the first one.
You like? I like the strong. Who was it? Sanaa Lathan, strong black woman.
Honestly, yeah. Well, that's funny. Because Alien Predator, they've from the start had diversity, and it was never an issue because they never they give everyone like at least a thin plot. Background plot of like who they are, so it's never been like a forced diversity issue. It's interesting because I rewatched Alien versus Predator, and given the current day and age, reflecting back on, I was like, oh, there's a black woman in it. It's it's not an issue. She's a stale character though, unfortunately. I don't know if it's her acting or just the direction, but it's really, you're there to what's the plot to get us to the point where these two aliens are fighting each other. It's totally fine. It's there to see the clash, really, not the plot necessarily, or even the character drive. So what we know so far, after Disney acquired after Disney acquired 21st Century Fox, confirmed at 2019 that Alien movie would take place. It was announced that Fede Alvarez, who directed, I was looking him up, he directed Evil Dead and Don't Breathe. Those are his two big films he's made. He's writing and directing the film. After pitching his story, he says it was unconnected to the previous films. It was set to be released on Hulu in the US by November of 2022. Kaylee Spaney had entered negotiations as a star. Isabella something was cast as well. And later that month, David Johnson. Let's see. So they filmed it last year from March to July in Budapest, which is capital of Hungary. So they're already done. So I saw it's set to come out. Oh, it's coming out in August. That's interesting. I think they put it out in September to spill into Halloween, given horror, but I don't know. Don't have an idea of the budget, but that's all we got so far for Alien. But what do you think of that, Tim, being an Alien fan?
I hope it's good. It's kind of they're not gonna have Sigourney Weaver. They're gonna have a totally fresh cast. She kind of makes it, but if you're gonna reboot it, you can't have the same actresses and same actors. Well, are they? Are they just gonna recast her? And
no, she's still in stasis. This is in between her. So she's still in the pod with the cat.
Yeah, because this is 57 years that they can do stuff with. Yeah, I mean, I hope it's good. Are any of the cast? I saw a cast. Maybe I'll look at the cast real quick. But yeah, we'll see. Comes out in August.
LeMay earlier said a princess regent went scorched earth because a prince murdered her husband and then asked her to marry him. Interesting. Where was that? Can you give us more details?
I'm not a fan of the Alien franchise. I did like the animal aspect of it. How you were saying the monster. I did like that. And in the later movies, the Alien versus Predators, I did see the hive mind creature queen thing. So I don't know, I accepted it. I didn't see the change from the first one to the second one to really have an issue. I would say it worries me that it's on Hulu though, because that Prey movie came out and that shit was hot garbage.
You didn't like Prey?
I hated it.
Oh man, did you like Prey, Tim?
I haven't seen it, but I actually heard it was decent or good. So
yeah, I would say it's good. There's a smidge. A lot of people are getting triggered because it's feminist, whatever. You don't need no man or whatever. But they utilize that plot well because she fails and she has a progression, and she sees other men fail and works within her knowledge base and her ability to defeat the Predator. I mean, Predator, especially fighting Indians, it's going to kind of copy what Schwarzenegger did. You're going to have to have some sort of trap in the hubris of the Predator to defeat it, because it's it's way too advanced to just take head on. Clearly, they did really well. When we're first watching it, and she's kind of challenging gender norms, or whatever. She's doing some womanly task for the tribe, and she's bemoaning it. And I'm like, oh, great, it's gonna be some feminist. But then the rest of the movie is yeah, she thinks she's hot shit, and she actually needs a dude to save her and seal a deal for a hunt. So it's a pretty well balanced film. I think it's a film that unfortunately has been attacked because of there's a market to pander this content to and gin up controversy that's not there. And it's an unfortunate victim of that. But
So,
yep.
Black, my fault. You were done. You're done.
Yeah, go.
Besides the, because there clearly was a we gonna shit on men thing and lift this woman up. There was that, but I didn't like the. My bad. Can you hear me? I had to turn my mic around because I was drawing.
Yeah.
But I didn't like the disrespect to Native Americans, because when she tells them, for one, when she saw that ship in the sky, everybody should have seen that goddamn ship, and it disrespected natives because when she pointed out the tracks of the predator to them, and they were like, well, we're not worried about that right now. We have to go hunt down this what was it? Was it a mountain lion? Yeah. So they were like, we're more worried about that. When I would think, if natives are these expert trackers and so in tune with the land, to see this giant bipedal creature that have tracks, like, this girl is not lying, she's not crying wolf, they are there, and we're just going to say fuck that to go after this animal that is or is not around. So it was issues like that. I don't think she failed. She failed, but I don't think I can't say she didn't learn anything. I think it was just, we need plot armor. That's what it is. We need her to survive. And I think it was more of that than she actually struggled. And, you know, they shitted on all the other men except the brother. And I can see how they can do that with like a built-in justification of, no, we don't hate men. No, we're not pandering to women. It's her and the brother. I think the brother ended up still dying at the end, though, didn't he?
Pretty sure, yeah. Like all the warriors that engage predator get killed, and you know, she's learning from that. So I think that's a factor of her knowledge base fighting the predator.
You say learning, man. I don't think that was the case. I don't care to argue that though. But when she asked when the tribe asked her, like, why is she doing this, or who was it, grandmother or somebody's, and her answer was, because y'all won't let me. And I'm like, just shit like that in the movie. It's like, why do you have to put that message out there? If you would have shown simply that she was more skilled at hunting, you know, alongside the boys, better than most women, so it makes them look at her different, then I would accept that. But it wasn't that. She had no real knack or skill for hunting or tracking. She was just trying shit. in her just trying shit, she did it. So I'm like, there was nothing to make me believe this character really cares about what she wants, because it's to stick it to the patriarchy, as opposed to, I love to hunt, I'm a great tracker, or I am the only one around here that trained fucking dogs. So I have, you know, I've helped the village, the tribe, by training their dog. So like showing that she has something like that. Also with the dog, every time she was in a confrontation, somehow the dog left. He just magically was not there anymore. All right, bro. I'm not trying to complain about this movie. It seems like I am now. I'm gonna stop.
No, that's totally fine.
I had a lot of issues.
No, I get it. I think like
real quick, one more. I would have appreciated if they did. This was on the ship point that I saw. If all of them were more together, like I was telling you with Tiana, it's like, okay, you got this black girl here with all these people. You show us that these kids here, this neighborhood, but then the rest of the movie, you don't fucking see them. So it's like, I would have appreciated if they would have shown the whole village like actually have to come together. Probably not the women, maybe some women or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's when they change their ways and allow women because we need numbers. But if it was something like that and they were setting up traps like as a tribe because they know the woods better than the predator, I feel like they could have got the win. I would have appreciated a win as a family group for the culture, as opposed to just strong women with a little help from Big Bro.
Yeah. I just think it's I think all that's like valid to, you know, I guess if you're spoiling, then warning your audience, like this may bother you. It might stand out to others. It's like a non-issue. I definitely noticed I was more hyper vigilant because seeing people already preemptively attack the film for snippets, or whatever, about like female and whatnot. So I paid attention to it, and it's like, this is pretty much a non-factor. It's like an annoyance. It's a little more egregious than like the Batman with the white privilege line. 'Cause it's like, man, y'all are getting triggered about something that like has legitimate context for her to like say this outside of it being like a phrase of today. But yeah, I think overall it did well, especially for like a Predator film, including a lady, and it not feeling like, oh, that was just bullshit. The ending could have been better, but they definitely left a lot of like tidbits for interest to go forward with like the progression of like predators engaging this tribe or Indians in general. I think it was a cool concept because like first I heard and I seen the trailer like, oh, he's fighting Indians, like that's no match, but okay, I'm open. And the fact that they actually had well, I think they originally were going to just do, I think there's something up with like the effects for like the suit, like they had a really good like suit mask work, but then I think they switched to CGI for it. I don't know why, because it looked great. I think that happened, but I was really impressed with it because the it's funny because the director didn't even know it was going to Hulu. He thought it was just going to be a straight release, but I think this was maybe worked out because of the pandemic still. So they dumped it on Hulu, but real disservice to that movie to really gauge its popularity, because I think it would have made probably 500 million.
It was terrible. It was, again, it was the native stuff. The whole message thing, a lot of this terrible quote unquote woke shit, it's terrible before you even get to the woman parts, or highlight that stuff. So the way they handled the natives, as well as I think it was when that mountain lion attacked them in that tree. It was not the tactics of a mountain lion. It was like they made him a monster, and just all of that.
Me and Ricky hate that when they have like a predator that like, this kind of predator has to be like efficient and sneaky, and they always have the predator with people go like, "Wow, I'm here!" People get scared. It's like, what? Like, no, a good predator's like Jurassic Park when he's like, "Clever girl," then dead. It's like that is that, or Alien's great with that, where it's like you don't hear the alien doesn't warn you it's there to eat you or to harvest you. I hate that with monsters in movies. The roaring to warn you stuff for like a scare tactic. I hate it. Hey, what's up, Flaccid Phoenix? It says Tim hated that movie because he hates Native Americans.
Exactly.
You should watch the Red Letter Media review of that, because they get into the whole feminist stuff and they find comments and they're just like, God, this is so idiotic, man. This is a pretty good movie.
Yeah. I guess I'll have to watch it. I think one thing that turned me off, I think the trailer looked overall decent, but there was one little kind of silly part because the woman's not very big in it, and I think she would like took out a bear or something, or it just like,
the predator kills a bear.
Yeah, there was something was kind of funny about the trailer, but yeah, I'll have to watch it. But as far as the alien stuff, I was looking up some of the cast. They got that chick from Dora the Explorer. I haven't seen that, but that chick, she's
Who's
in
that
Madam
super
Web.
cool exploradora?
Yeah,
I almost felt it.
Yeah, Isabella Merst or whatever. She's very nice, and the director, he's done like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Don't Breathe. So he has like that horror aspect. He's done like Evil Dead, and then the other chick, she's been in that Priscilla, what the other Elvis movie, and Pacific Rim. So she has experience. All the other people I don't really recognize, to be honest. So it's a fresh young cast. So we'll see. Hopefully it's good. It's just I feel like this would be better as a series rather than a movie, but because like everyone's so young. But I don't know.
They gotta try stuff out. We'll see how it goes. I think if this movie does well, a series, I think an Alien series would be interesting, especially with like what I've seen in the comics of Marvel 20th Century Studios work. Or maybe, I don't know if they've put Alien on that imprint or not, but they've definitely done Predator and Planet of the Apes, which I need to catch up on.
You know what vibe it was? The vibe it was kind of giving me just based on the description. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Is kind of Lord of the Flies or even like 65, but like, well, it's it's this young colony trying to survive, and then you get this threat, the aliens coming, and then it's going to be like everyone starting to like work as a team, but then it's going to be everyone fending kind of for themselves when it runs down to like 2 or 3, and there's going to be some type of mistrust or something like that. I mean, who knows?
Well, you also got to think in Alien. There's the factor of the what do you call them? The cyborgs or whatever you call them, like Ash.
Oh yeah, yep.
I can't remember. I think they got their own name in Alien Framework. What?
Talking about that's that robot supposedly from the first one or something.
There's one in each of Alien and Aliens. I don't think in 3 or 4 there is. No, there is in 4. Winona Ryder turns out to be, but she doesn't even know she is. What are the cyborgs in Alien called?
I did like the. I didn't like the head.
Android. That's what it's called.
I didn't like the head of the Predator. But I did like the they were trying to go for a more, I guess, primitive I don't know if it was more primitive or if it was like a have you played Gears of War? Have y'all played Gears of War? Or just like or Halo with the different types of like monsters. They're all from I think Gears of War would have been a better example. They're all the Locust. So they all come from a queen, but they have all of these like different types of soldiers, the small guys, the big guys, the tanks, the heavies, all of that. So I like that they were doing that with the Predator. And I would like to see more of that.
Really quick. I just want to, what does this mean? What I need to do to make AJ and Tony Jello wrestle again?
Jello wrestle? Let me see. Tony don't care to come on the stream unless it's big and he can gain something from it.
Oh, sorry. The T made me think Tim.
No.
It made me think Tim when I saw T, and so I was reading it as Tony as Tim. That's why I'm like, wait, what's this about?
Hey, I'm reacting to the stream though on the channel, so
yeah,
we'll get some of that
super chats.
We'll see, maybe.
Drama farm.
What's going on?
As an individual, not a member of a tribe. I hate everybody and love everybody at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know. I go into all this hopeful, even if maybe I shouldn't be because of Disney owning it. The Planet of the Apes looks amazing. It looks like what they're doing with the 20th Century Studio properties, they're actually just kind of trying to work it in the same fashion as their predecessor owners. Trying things. I do have reservations about this whole retcon things, as much as it's like, oh yeah, everyone kind of crafts on the second 2 films. I really hate this with like Halloween. Like, it's cool that Rob Zombie like rebooted Halloween. I like Rob Zombie's Halloweens. I'm not a Halloween purist. I like his like weird, the gore and then like the psychological aspect. He did something different with the template of Michael Myers. I appreciate that. Instead of just trying to stay in the same rut. But I really don't like, I like the first Halloween sequel, and then I'm interested in Halloween Ends from watching Red Letter Media's discussion on it. But I really hate this whole selective retconning, where it's like, oh, we like that one movie, let's ignore the rest of the franchise. They've done that with Star Wars with the reboot, soft reboot of Force Awakens. They kind of ignored the prequel fandom entirely, and now they're trying to like dig into it 10 years later, which is funny. I have a reservation about that. I think that's a bad move in art to just try to, if you're not going to just reboot and make a whole new like timeline, trying to like pick and choose, I think it's a bad template to build on. So I guess that would be my conceptual problems with the Romulus, is sidestepping certain films instead of like being creative and just going forward. But within that, I'll judge it as good or bad, whatever good they do. Ryan, he's an awesome guy. It's just he's in England, so he's like 5 hours difference. So by the time he quit, it was midnight over there. So it's hard to gauge with him streaming, especially with my schedule. And yeah, oh yeah, you're sharing my poster link. Thank you, Katie. Anything else you want to talk about before we go?
I was gonna ask you about because we're talking about Alien, Predator. Do you play Mortal Kombat? Do y'all play Mortal Kombat?
No, I'm not a big
Oh,
gamer.
yeah.
Especially not like side to side fighters. That's just not my interest.
Man, when they had that what was it, Mortal Kombat X, they had the Predator. Was it Predator, Alien, I think Jason. They had some crazy like
Freddy.
Michael Myers. Yeah, well, Freddy was on
Yeah.
the older one. He was on 9, but yeah, they had those crazy characters. And then you said they're using the Universal properties. Was that correct? Universal properties?
Talking about like Frankenstein, Dracula.
Well, I don't know these. I thought I heard you say that
Oh no, these Predator, Alien, and Planet of the Apes, those are 20th Century Fox.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's from the acquisition when they. So like, along with the Marvel properties of X-Men, Fantastic Four, they got these as well. And I think Die Hard is also a franchise they now own. Possibly RoboCop, if I'm not mistaken. They got a lot of like kind of forgotten goodies that are just kind of time specific films where it's like those were a good franchise for that block of time, but they got a lot of stuff in their back pocket to play with. Especially might be in their advantage to try to diversify, given the flounderings of Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
It's really crazy watching the Marvel movies recently where it's like, I'm really enjoying Loki. I don't like WandaVision, but conceptually, like what you're opening up, expanding with her, and she's included in Doctor Strange, and then seeing like how none of this feels connected, or like, what was the point of me investing the time for this saga when like now you're starting to just like ignore parts of it that you're selling me? That was my biggest disappointment. Like you watch Loki, even if you hate it, like the concepts of Loki, this predestination versus free will element, him being outside of the timeline, that changing his view of power, and Doctor Strange being a time stone guy, Thor still being a player, you would think Loki would have a big factor with Scarlet Witch and Doctor Strange. It just none of it's talking to each other anymore. So yeah, I'm hoping maybe some desperation makes them like really work hard on this Alien film, and Planet of the Apes looks promising from the trailer.
I'm excited about the apes. I love an animal movie.
Yeah.
Or an anthropomorphic animal.
I didn't even think about
In
that.
some
But yeah,
cases.
I'm just a big Apes fan. I don't think there's been a bad Apes film. I know the original franchise, people don't really care about the last, like the other 4. They just like the first film really, and then people ignore Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes. But I love all 8 or 9 films they've made. I think they all got good qualities to them. Honestly, the 3rd film is wacky of the original Apes films.
I haven't seen the originals.
Oh, dude, you gotta look at that. It's crazy because like the first film, it's all based on a book where it's like, think of our Earth with like industry and cars, but it's apes and like humans are animals or whatever. They're in the animal world. So everything's been flipped on its head, and you got a astronaut that's same plot as Planet of the Apes, generally speaking, but it's way more industrialized. They worked the plot of the film to suit like a budget, so they made everything tribal and downplayed and simple to suit that. And the next one is like chasing the problem of Taylor into the forbidden zone wilderness, and then they find like this nuclear cult of humans that are like mutants essentially, and can do like some sort of like, it gets a little like loopy because there's like a plot hole of like they can like mind control, it seems, but then somehow they're like weak as fuck and never use it to actually stop the apes, and they all get killed, and Taylor like explodes the bomb. And so the plot is like, well, this universe is done now because they've blown up Earth with this bomb that they've been worshiping. But then they do a sequel to that because they keep making money. And so they have this little wrinkle in the plot where it's like somehow in that short amount of time, the apes made or like fixed the downed spaceship that like they don't even know about flight being a concept that's achievable with industry. The idea of flying, and so Taylor's like a wacky guy to them, oh, you fell from the sky, like you can't fly, that's retarded. But
Mhm.
somehow they write this plot where they fix the ship, and so they go back in time to like the same like wormhole or whatever that Taylor came through, come to our version of Earth where apes are just, you know, in Africa and in the zoos. And then they end up, it's funny because they got like this whole like kind of strange like disco element, early disco element into some of the music. It's very interesting series because there's never a villain necessarily. There's antagonists to the apes or to Taylor, but like no one's wrong necessarily. Like they might make decisions wrong or something or interpret things wrong, but no one's a villain. They're all just trying to survive, and it's like we're like apes and humans conceptually as sentient beings are opposed diametrically, but you kind of sympathize for both sides, or you could. And so it's a really good story. And then like I can't remember the fourth one, but the last one is like race riots and stuff. It's way more direct social commentary than I would say even the first one, being a kind of loose civil rights film. But people really miss the first film being like a story about the pendulum of power. Because if it's like if you're supposed to take away that the apes are in the place of like the black man or minorities and they're in control, and that the Charlton Heston's like the white guy and he's got his comeuppance being in like a servile role, a slave role. It's a lesson about the pendulum of power that, you know, it's just, there's never really justice. It's going to swing back the other way. If, you know, for instance, like BLM took control and got power, there would not be equality. There would just be black supremacy to counter what they perceive as white supremacy. So there's always going to be injustice. And I just think it's very interesting. No one really takes that away from that film. But yeah,
also
there's
kind
a
of like
lot
X-Men.
Yeah, go on, sir.
Oh, like X-Men too. Like kind of same concept there, right?
Oh, dude, yeah. Have you read The House and Powers of 10?
No, I have not.
That's like the newest. 'Cause I'm not a deep lore guy. I don't know lots, but I'm always open to if I have time. House and Powers of 10 is exciting because it's like, I want to say there's like 4 timelines that are pertinent in like the history of X-Men publication to this new publication era that Hickman was doing. So it's very like historically relevant for the history of X-Men, but a new story. There's like a time, it's not a time travel, but there's like a timelines awareness, if that makes sense. Essentially, they make Moira McTaggart a mutant in this world, and she's had like 10 lives, so she keeps reincarnating with the same knowledge she's had from the previous life. So at some point she finds Xavier and he taps her mind and he sees all these different timelines, and he sees that if he leads mutant kind or if Magneto leads mutant kind, either way they fail. And so they take this like pivot and unify and become like kind of mutant supremacists together and make Krakoa a like living mutant island, a sanctuary for mutants. So all mutants de facto are dual citizens, and they kind of force humanity to accept them as an independent nation and give free pass to the mutant citizens to go join them or be where they're at. They kind of hold them hostage, just like, hey, we have all this like great medicine from Krakoa that we can help humanity, but that means you have to accept us. So like only like I think Wakanda and like Dr. Doom refuse to acknowledge them. Yeah, he has Latveria, and they kind of make Xavier a villain, or like there's foreboding that he's going to be like a villain, that he's not going to be the standard Xavier. And some people don't like that, but I like that kind of like evolution of writing a character, because you've already seen all these stories of he's the pacifist good guy trying to harmonize with Homo sapien. It's really good. I think it's like a 10 or 12 part series. It's technically 2 stories, House and Powers of 10, but it's really just one block to start the new X-Men line. I don't know where it's gone. It seems that from that great premise, it really fell apart for most audiences, it seems, from what I gather, but it's still very interesting. I read one comic where it's like they have all these portals that are plant-based from Krakoa. So it's like a portal in Russia can go straight to Krakoa, or they like make a moon base and they have a plant to go to Krakoa on Earth. So really cool idea. And so they, in like Russia, they have like this cult that's just worshiping there. But I think they're like, some of them worship the mutants as like gods. Others are like, well, if we eat them, we might get their power. So there's like some like kind of cannibal cults and stuff. It's very interesting because one of my problems I was talking on a stream recently was the problem with the X-Men and with Marvel in general is like, first of all, the X-Men seem completely separate from Marvel because like they're freaks. This is a birth defect or mutation, whichever way you want to argue, that people are afraid of, like who's hiding amongst us. But then they seem to accept the Fantastic Four and the Avengers, generally speaking. So it doesn't mesh well. They even did this in Civil War, where it's like the X-Men kind of just stayed out of the fight, besides like Wolverine, because he intermingles. But the other problem with Marvel conceptually is like, all right, sure, let's say you start with Iron Man to Avengers, and it's like, all right, we have, Christianity, Hinduism, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism. You have these like religious or philosophical things we adhere to. But then, oh, look, the Norse god of mythology we've read in storybooks, Thor, lands on Earth chasing his brother Loki. Now they've made these gods real on Earth, and they're part of like the grand conflicts of our spot in the universe. No one's like changing up and like, I worship Thor now because he's proven himself a deity. It's like, it's a real problem in the Marvel world. Like the most they've acknowledged is like they have New Asgard on Earth, and people go there to get like infinity cones and look at a broken hammer to sightsee. Like that's the extent they've actually invested. And then even like the Council of Gods, whatever, the omnipotent city in Thor 4, it's just like, hell yeah, all us gods hang out. We don't really do shit for anybody besides Thor. Thor's like the one. That's the whole thing in the comics, is that Gore the God Butcher, he's like from a destitute planet. His daughter dies. He prays the gods, and he ends up seeing this fight of gods. And it's like the gods don't give a fuck about who serves them. It's just, you should serve me because I'm God, but you don't matter to me. And so he takes the Necroblade. So his whole mission, kind of in a revenge metaphysically for his daughter, is he starts like slaughtering all the gods across the universe. And so Thor has to start investigating and following the trails. And Gore kind of respects him because he's like the one god he's seen actually like working on behalf of the people to some extent that worship him. And so he's kind of leaving him for last, like the last cherry on top. Because that's the whole thing, is like, if you see Gore's position and think he has some validity, Thor undermines that, but he still stays the track. So that's why he's the villain. It's like he's got a flawed perception. So really good stuff in comics, but it's like, I really hate that they kind of just ignore like, oh, these like deities or even just the super people on Earth should be worshipped. So the fact they even include that in the X-Men comics, where it's like people are starting to worship at their portals, it's like, that makes complete sense. These are magic men. These are miracle people to them, to the average human. There's not enough of that in comics, I don't think. It's like, oh, we got the magic people, and maybe we acknowledge them in government, and it's an argument of like how we should legislate them. Should we weaponize them for our militaries? Are they too much of like a unfair deterrent that goes beyond like the ethics of war? They'll argue that kind of stuff, but they never actually get into like, yeah, if this person existed, people would worship him. This would upend religions. This would challenge Christianity. The Pope would have to acknowledge, like, maybe you'd have to counter the theology of Christ and be like, all right, Christ is actually a demigod in a pantheon of gods instead of the one true, because this guy's here now.
So I definitely agree with what you're saying. I didn't like the whole Krakoa story. I didn't like some of those concepts early on. Most definitely, I didn't stick around till later. But I get what you're saying with the like X-Men. It seemed like they're separate. I was going to ask you, because you liked Professor X turning into the villain. Did you like Scott when he killed Professor X, leading over to the X-Men versus the Avengers book? In those events, because a lot of people criticize Cyclops,
like 2012.
Man, I don't remember when that book came out.
I just wonder if that's like the newer run, because either way, I'm unaware of that. But that sounds interesting, because I think, Yeah, from what I know, Scott seems to be like a straight shooter, and that's why he's a boring character.
Yeah, so he ended up killing Professor X, and so he was in charge, and I think it was his daughter, one of their, I forgot who it was. Somebody had that Phoenix again, and the Avengers was like, "Yeah, man, she's too powerful. We gotta stop that." But as far as the religious stuff, I can definitely see that because I recall, I think it was in the movie when Thor appeared to Captain America or some shit, and he was like, "I only believe in the one true God, Most High." Something, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, you say something like, "Oh, it's like they're fighting a god," and he's like, "There's only one God, ma'am."
Yeah. So he did
Yeah,
acknowledge
I
it,
remember that.
and I can see how a person would stick to their faith because I think to him, or what they try to portray it as, is his thinking is this is just another superpowered being,
Yeah.
and I'm not going to just follow him because he claimed he's
No,
somebody.
I'm not saying they should, like, everyone should just bend the knee to a new god that
I got you.
pops
I
up.
get what you're saying.
I'm just saying that, like, I feel like this would really shake things up, and like you would have a lot of drama with the everyday goings on in the world. And this is the problem with comics in general, is that, like, whatever concepts you add when you start like trying to progress the story and intermingle it with other stories in the universe, the wheels are going to fall off because you're going to lose accountability of certain elements, or just you're so intensive it takes too long to like pump these out every week. But I think this is another shortcoming, is like you watch Attack on Titan, even if you hate the ending, it's so impactful. Everything that you've watched just a few people actually engage with and suffer ends up becoming substantial for the whole world, you know? And so that's like the value, is like everything matters, versus like not only do you have all these different iterations of characters, but every iteration seems kind of more or less, even if like, oh man, the Eiffel Tower is gone because of a fight, or the Taj Mahal the Hulk crashed into it. Like ultimately nothing's really changing on the earth to like really matter with the fights of the heroes and villains. And I think that's another factor that no one addresses with the collapse of the comics industry, its demise outside of films, is the book industry is failing because however ridiculous manga is, it's like for the characters, it seems all these stories are substantial for their goings on in their world and their parameters, their rules set.
Hey, Black Angus, Ripper has said the same thing.
I would agree. Well, it's funny. It's funny because me and Rookie this morning, we were watching different videos. We were watching this because I got a parody video coming out. What are Isom's powers? And I was doing research, and I looked up that question on YouTube. I only found one substantial video that is trying to guess it. A fan theory video, essentially, off of reading Isom 1. So it's like a year old. So I don't think he's aware of Isom 2 when it came out. And I actually left a comment of like, hey man, like you should like tweak this video title to like get more views long term, like a theory video, because it's got value, even if it's like a wrong theory or something, with future books being out now. But we were watching this like deep dive about Rippaverse comics and a controversy, and it's like 30 minutes, and he's like talking about the whole surrounding body of conversation before Rippa, with like Comicsgate, Richard Meyer, EVS, the feminist diversity stuff going on in Marvel, etc. And there's like clips of Rippa where it's like, oh my god, like I missed this. Or like there's a clip of that Rookie had of him versus Jody, where it's like, I watched that replay, and it's like I was rooting for that guy. How could you watch this and think, oh, this guy is going to make shitty comics? It's like he's completely 180'd, which is funny. But yeah, he's got lots of great commentary of your rhetoric, but yeah, that's kind of separate. But yeah, there's reason I was sub to him and still sub to him, it's because like he's got good rhetoric. We were watching Drunken Peasants cover one of his videos, and it's like they kind of made a lolcow out of him for that video specifically, and it's like, well, I actually agree with this sentiment about like this trans issue, talking about Green Day. But unfortunately, it's like him throwing his hat and throwing on this commentary with his drama that's like undercutting him. It only hurts the collective that are saying this. That's the other problem of like him running unchecked and not like adjusting, is that everyone else that like says the same thing looks like the idiot, even if it's substantial and totally on par with common sense. So there kind of is, unfortunately, when you get such a stature and you start intermingling with other channels and kind of make a collective, you kind of have an accountability on yourself. That's why Doomcock got shafted from Friday Night Tights in that clique, is because he kept reporting fake shit repeatedly to make money. And eventually it came to a head where it's like, someone's got to stab this guy and make an example of him. And that was Ryan Kindle being like, if you believe this guy, you're fucking retarded.
I remember that.
I loved it. Like, thank you. I was saying it for years. Like, this guy's a fucking phony. Oh, Star Trek's woke. Oh, look, I'm here on season 3 of the woke show. Oh, can you believe it's still woke? I'm like, this is a grift. They don't adjust this far into a show for fan engagement. They don't care. They're not going to. Thus, you're just making stuff to make money now. That's my big problem with all this sphere.
Oh, dude. I told you about this guy a while back, but you need to check out Darth Melvin and the Sparrow Files and like
I think I've seen him. Let me see. Darth.
Yeah, dude. All right, I'm gonna put this one guy's name in the.
Guy?
Do what?
The Knights of Melvin guy.
Yeah, he does. I'll put this dude's name in the chat. Not Darth Melvin, but the one he makes about the Sparrow Files. It's great, but like. He's friends with Doomcock, but he does like this whole thing because like there's a big falling out between. Do you know who WD Pro and Valiant Renegade is? Like,
I know Valiant Renegade. I know WDW. I'm aware of it. I don't watch them because I just doubt the validity. But
okay, so like they do a bunch of scoops and they get like all this insider type stuff and rumors. Well, there was someone else on the internet that was doing that too. I'll just say his name, Cameron Pasha, and they were all like friends. And now they have like this massive beef because like over someone's sources being more reliable. Like, so, I mean, they used to all be like friends, but now there's this split because, they're kind of two competing, parts. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard repeatedly that Cameron Pasha is a doubtful intel on Star Wars and scoops and whatever. So, and I see like people in our sphere being like, "Oh, I got this," unless like you actually have like public credential to be like, "I worked on like this and that." I just already doubt you coming into this sphere. It's like you're a jaded guy. Like probably you have like a smidgen of experience. And you're probably a problem employee because you couldn't like make peace with like wokeism in your job, and so they canned you, or you just weren't good at your job and you got canned. So now you're like ultimately a jaded employee. So I always have that reservation in mind when I see people like this pop up. So I've never put stock into Cameron Pasha, and I've never really heard anything tied to him of substantial worth of like, oh, he scooped this, he uncovered this. Never seen it for all these years he's been talking about Disney. So.
I think
it kind of shows his value.
I think he's been on a few streams with Zax or like people around him, and I mean they like him. I don't know. I think I haven't fact checked the source or anything, but I also don't think he was talking about anything that I really like cared to talk about. I think they were talking about like Star Wars or something.
Yeah.
No, it's just I think anyone comes in this sphere, given the monetary advantageousness of it, and if you like have a smidgen of some credential to be like, oh, I'm a former insider, whatever, I worked, it's like you were like a secretary for a producer on a comic, like something, it's like so outside the loop of influence, but somehow you're an insider, somehow you're a substantial voice. It's like I see through this stuff, man. And yeah, again, I think I've never seen Cameron Pasha on Bound into Comics articles of like, bam, boom, he's uncovered this, he's leaking this. Never seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've known his name for years, but I've never seen anything substantial revealed because of him. So it's like he's not some intel guy that people think he is. He's not. I don't seek people out like that. When I'll hear him come up, and I'll watch him the sidelines, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm like Doomcock. You're phony. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna hang out with someone else. Appreciate you coming on. It's good talking with y'all. And go over to, I know AJ's gonna have a stream. What, a couple hours?
I think it's 9 o'clock. Yeah.
Oh, so you're about to have it. So yeah.
It's probably 9:30. I was trying to make it early enough because, like I said, that segment is long, and I don't want people to be there all night. Sometimes people do, but I know trash casts
Play
happening.
at like 1.25. Maybe that'll help you expedite a bit. I'm trying to integrate that speeding up videos a little bit to help with time on streams. But yeah, appreciate y'all. Go check out the channels in the description and go watch AJ in about half an hour. I will see you all around.
Peace.
Bye.